House come to order. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley, for the point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate this opportunity to take just a moment. Many of you know that today is the National Day of Prayer. It was a day set aside to pray for our nation. Let me just share just a little bit. It says, observing a day of prayer for our nation, the National Day of Prayer can be traced back to the founding of the United States. Throughout history, our nation's leaders have called for prayer during times of crisis, challenge, or Thanksgiving. As early as 1775, the Continental Congress declared a day of prayer to seek God's guidance and protection as they sought independence from Britain. The motivation may have been Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, where it says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lead not to your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he'll direct your path. Throughout the years, presidents, including George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, proclaimed days of fasting and prayer. These leaders understood the need for God's intervention as they led America. They believed his word and set aside time to seek his face. After a joint resolution by Congress in 1952, President Harry Truman signed the National Day of Prayer into law, making it an annual observance. President Ronald Reagan determined it should be observed annually on the first Thursday of May. Every president since Truman has issued a proclamation recognizing the National Day of Prayer and affirming the importance of prayer in our nation. Today, may we join others in praying fervently and passionately for our nation. Righteousness is not something we can achieve on our own, but rather it is a gift from God through the blood of Jesus as we repent and believe on him. Ask for this on behalf of our nation, and as we submit ourselves to him and walk in his ways, we can be confident that our prayers will avail much, impacting the nation for the glory of God. I want to take this one step further this morning in helping us to get a visual of just how important our founders understood the power of prayer was. Benjamin Franklin said that if a sparrow can't fall to the ground without his notice, neither can a nation rise to power without his aid. And on the heels of that, we had the greatest constitution in the nation history of the world written on the heels of that call to prayer. But our leader, George Washington, the very first founder of our nation, understood the importance of prayer. And there was a flag that flew with George Washington even before the Stars and Stripes. It was the flag he had commissioned to fly with him as he went into battle against the Great Britain to win independence for this nation. I have a replica of that flag today, if I can get it unfolded correctly, and it simply was this. It said an appeal to heaven, and it's called the Appeal to Heaven flag. This is a replica of the flag that George Washington commissioned to fly with him and his armies as they went into battle, winning the independence for this nation, understanding the only way this nation could rise to power, the only way we could come to prominence would be appeal to heaven. Can I say that's the only way we can maintain that prominence today is to continue to appeal to heaven. Let's make that recommitted dedication in our heart today of this National Day of Prayer to make it a daily occurrence to pray for our nation, its leaders, and God's blessings on America. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Walker County, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Gidley, for explaining this National Day of Prayer. What a blessing it is on this National Day of Prayer to join so many others who are making their petitions and they're giving their thanks to God. Before we pray, I would like for us to consider a scripture this morning from Psalm 127, verse 1. It says, unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the guards stand watch in vain. This verse reveals the key to success in any endeavor in God's absolute sovereignty over every person and every event. In everything we do, we need God's blessings. All that we accomplish in life will be for naught if the Lord is not in it. We can build, we can watch, but the Lord is who gives success. I invite you to pray with me as we ask the Lord to be a part of the proceedings of this body and our state. Dear God, our Father in heaven, we come before you with thankful hearts, thankful for this day, thankful for the measure of health that allows us to be here. Thankful, Father, for the opportunity to serve our fellow man as a member of this body. Father, I ask that you be with and bless each member and their family, that you bless each person who enters this building with an interest in the business of this state. I pray that you would grant us wisdom as we consider the bills of the day and the rest of this session. Grant us courage to stand up for what is right in your sight, and give us strength to carry out the work that we have been entrusted to do. Father, we know that your word says for everything there's a season. And I pray that today and the rest of this session might be a season of sowing good seeds that lead to good outcomes for the people of our state. Help us, Father, to rightly divide the bills and the laws that come before us. Give us understanding of how our votes will impact the people we represent. God, I pray that you would be with our state, be with those who are hurting, be with those who are in need. Help us to make the most of our time as members of the legislature, that we may accomplish much good and give you the glory for all that is done. We thank you for your Son, Jesus, in whom we find hope, and it is in his precious name that we pray. Amen.
And remember, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Campbell Baker, 11th grader at Pike Liberal Arts. This is the page for Representative Marcus Perrymore.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, South, Steihagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Seven new members have answered the roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The gentleman recognizes the chairman from Lee, Representative Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objection, the absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 17th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 17th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Pringle, for a purpose of making announcements.
Mr. Speaker, I have no announcements today. I have none.
Chair further recognizes the Pro Tem, Mr. Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork and reconvene on Tuesday, May the 9th at 1 p.m., Tuesday at 1 p.m.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The motion prevails. Clerk now will receive reports from standing committees and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position for introducing bills and resolutions. The House will now receive the resolutions report from Committee on Rules. Clerk will read the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 116 by Representative Hollis commending the Birmingham Association of Realtors for the successful Fair Housing Month 55th Anniversary Proclamation Tour. House Joint Resolution number 121 by Representative Rigsby commending the United States Space and Rocket Center upon the grand opening of its new Space Camp Operations Center. House Joint Resolution number 125 by Representative Jackson, commending Attorney Jason M. Jones for professional achievements. House Joint Resolution number 134 by Representative Paramore, commending Troy University and its football coach, John Sumrall. House Joint Resolution number 135 by Representative Jackson, celebrating the life of Bartley Eugene Tomlinson III. Senate Joint Resolution number 46 by Senator Reed, commending the 77th Southern Legislative Conference of the Council of State Governments Southern Office. Senate Joint Resolution number 47 by Senator Reed, commending Senator J.T. Jabbo Wagner on his historic occasion of his 50th year of service to the citizens and the legislature of the state of Alabama. Senate Joint Resolution number 48 by Senator Allen, mourning the death of Mr. Guy Edward Moman, Jr. Senate Joint Resolution number 49 by Senator Allen, commending Mr. Paul Housel for professional achievements. Senate Joint Resolution number 50 by Senator Kelly, commending the Birmingham Association of Realtors for the successful Fair Housing Month 55th Anniversary Proclamation Tour. Senate Joint Resolution number 52 by Senator Orr, honoring Dr. Michael Douglas as the 2023 Blue Ribbon Schools of Excellence Superintendent of the Year. Senate Joint Resolution number 54 by Senator Allen, commending Mrs. Jenna Ross for being inducted into the University of Alabama College of Education 2023 Hall of Fame.
I move for adoption.
All those in favor of adoption of the resolution en masse, say aye. Any opposed? Resolutions have been adopted. Clerk now will call the next resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 126 by Representative Jackson, recognizing Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated Day on May 2nd, 2023 at the Capitol, and commending Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated on its 112th anniversary.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Resolution is adopted. Clerk, read the next resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 127 by Representative Hall, urging the State Board of Health to increase the awareness of triple-negative breast cancer and to expand access to screening and treatment.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor of adoption, say aye. Any opposed? Adoption. Resolution has been adopted. Clerk, call the next resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 55 by Senator Allen, naming the portion of United States Highway Route 43 from mile marker 213, the Audra Rogers Memorial Mile.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The resolution's been adopted. Clerk, call the next resolution. Clerk, call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 355 by Representative Simpson, relating to Baldwin County.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, are we on the rules calendar right now? Okay, well now I want everybody to realize that we're not bothering anybody's local bills. I want everybody to hear this. That everybody from Jefferson County is not bothering anybody's local bills. Now there are sometimes you take a local bill and make it look like a general bill. So I'm gonna advise everybody that today, don't forget. Now, there comes a time when your local bill, you need a constitutional amendment change, and one vote can make it go statewide. So I'm asking y'all to sell out Jefferson County's business and We got some bills coming that's disguised as a general bill, that's local bills. So I'm asking everybody to stay out of Jefferson County building in this house. There's a fight in Jefferson County, like we always do. So I just want to remind you, we're not bothering any of y'all local bills. I know more bills say they're going to be right with us. So therefore, please stay out of our business or all bills that's involved in Jefferson County. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson. Question for the body is adoption of the BR on HB 355. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 355. Clerk will unlock the machine and record the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 21 ayes, 0 nays. HB 355 has passed. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, we got one of the top bill that we have on the calendar today is a very controversial bill. And I'm asking for consideration of moving the last bill on the calendar to the top, because once we get on that, we might not get to anybody else's bill today. Just for consideration, please.
I will certainly consider that, Representative Moore. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 359 by Representative Simpson relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body is passage of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 359. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 20 ayes, 0 nays. HB 359 is passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 3 by Senator Albritton relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 42 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 3. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 15 ayes, 0 nays. SB 3 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 4 by Senator Albritton relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 40 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 4. Clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 4 has been passed. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk receive a resolution.
House Resolution number 157 by the Rules Committee, the Special Order Calendar.
Chairman Lovin, you are recognized.
Move for adoption.
Request for the body is adoption of special order calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair recognizes a gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers. Sorry about that, John. I couldn't see. You got your hair cut.
Yeah, cut it all off. I ain't go back for a long time. Hey, Mr. Speaker, on this calendar, it kind of got me kind of confused here. Like we got a whole lot of bills on here that I'm kind of concerned about, especially that first bill. And I know it's gonna be a while. We're gonna be talking on that in a little while for a while. But what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna make a motion to swap. I want the last bill to become the first bill. So I'm gonna make a motion to give it, make amendment to the calendar.
Well, I don't understand, Mr. Rogers, why you would want to do that. We've finished every calendar I've proposed this year.
Oh, you have some great calendars. I mean, you have some great calendars. I've enjoyed the calendar. But today you got one on at the top of the list today. That I've got a lot of phone calls about. Because of the time, a lot of times folks like to come to the polls, they have an ailment. Especially older people, and they can't see sometimes, and they need help. And this bill, this calendar got that bill on top of the one, and that's gonna make a lot of folks not be able to get any help at the polls that need help. So that's a bill I'm concerned about. And you know, sometimes folks have they're blind and they have wheelchairs, and then they can get help to show them how to vote. But this calendar gonna put that the #1 bill to hurt folks from being able to go to polls and vote, especially handicapped folks. So I'm gonna try to move that to the bottom of the calendar and take the bottom bill and make it #1, but it'll still be on the calendar. I'm sure that we're gonna work through it anyway to get through the whole calendar. I just want to give that last bill a better chance to pass, because I think if we don't, you know, it might not make it up to the top of the calendar. So that's all I'm gonna do. I'm out for a substitute calendar to make the last bill 1 and this bill the last bill, so we can go and get through the calendar all day today, and then come back, and then take that bill gonna be controversy on.
Well, I think if we started now, we could probably be to that bill by 10 o'clock. You know, we just kind of.
Yeah, but I don't want to see that one. You know, hey, because of the fact that I didn't know it was on the calendar, because I didn't read my email. So I was on the road, and everybody, I got a call from a couple of groups saying, do what you can about that bill. I said, well, I'll do what I can. So that's all I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna talk about time, but then I'm gonna offer the amendment to swap places. Now, because I mean, there are some good bills on this calendar. There are a couple of them I think will cause a little confusion. And I think the first one is really the one that we got heartburn about. And I know you've been a good chairman. I admire what you've done. You've been fair, and thank God for you. And I want to commend you for that. But every now and then, there come that old bugaboo to come back and hunt us. And so now, I mean, another you done. I mean, you got a committee, and I know they work with you on that, and you've been straight up. I guarantee you, if I've known you've been straight up. So I ain't it's not you personal. I know, but you got to do your job, and everybody got to do their job. And so I'm just going to try to flip-flop, because that bill caused a lot of heartburn among a lot of folks in the community. Because I was riding down the highway, and he called me about the bill. I said, well, let me see what you're talking about. They went on to a long litany of why they don't want that bill, because of the fact that we have a lot of folks, senior citizens, a lot of them are blind, a lot of them have a hearing problem, but they want to vote. They need all the help they can get. And this will limit people from maybe to help them be a productive citizen. So they won't have a chance to get the help. You know, a lot of them don't have the braille, especially blind folks. A lot of ballots are not in braille. So you need somebody in the communities to go in there and tell them what's on the ballot and how to vote, and not vote for them. And this will handicap that. You know, I think they told me you got to be a relative. But sometimes some people don't have relatives that are still living. You know what I'm talking about? So it has to be a relative or something like that to do it. Sometimes, you know, there are no relatives because they've outlived their whole family except a few people. And so therefore they're alone. And when they go to poll, they want to vote, but they don't know what's on the ballot even. So somebody sit down and explain to them all that's on the ballot and what this amendment mean, what that amendment mean, and give them a chance to understand what, and then try to break it down for them by A, B, C, D, E, F, G, what's on the ballot. If A is this, is that, and then you say, well, how do you want to vote on it? He'll tell you, say, mark me no or yes. Mark me for John Doe or Robert Doe or Barbara Doe or whoever it is on that ballot. But this will handicap them for getting the help they want to get at the polling place. On number one, that's why I'm trying to fit the place. And I figured like that I started to put I could have put another bill on here for number one. I know I can't put the parent rights bill. I'm gonna leave the parent. That's gonna be enough discussion on the parent rights bill. So I'm gonna leave that where it is. And I like to discriminate in civil practice for disabled persons, organ transplant. I like that one. I can put that one on one too. That's a good bill. The organ transplant bill is fantastic. You know, at one time, Alabama used to do his own kidney transplant. I mean, did the organ, they used their own organ for the state of Alabama. Now they go nationwide. So therefore, I think that's a good bill to help people who need kidney transplants or any kind of transplant on that bill. At the time, just figure I want to make a substitute. I want to amend the calendar, flip out the calendar. Number one, and then make that be a last. Top one will be last and first be first. Everybody understand what's going on now? I'll flip flop the calendar.
For the resolution.
I want the last bill to be the first bill. The first bill to be the last bill. And I know you kind of halfway agree with that. Deep down in your heart, I know it's hard for you to move the calendar. I know it's tearing you up. I know you don't want to do this. Because you want to get through with the calendar like I do. I want to get down to the real good bill. And deep down in your heart, I know you're just torn to pieces.
Wait, you just stated the importance of the other two bills on there. Why would you want to move it in front of those? I think.
Well, it's a very good bill. I just have to just,
Wait, whoa. Clerk, did you receive the amendment?
Amendment to House Resolution number 157 by Representative Rogers.
Explain your amendment, Representative Rogers.
My amendment moved the last bill to the first bill and moved the first bill to be the last bill on the calendar.
That's the explanation, Chairman.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman, but a lot of work went into this calendar, putting it together, so I'd have to move to table this amendment.
Oh, vote with your heart now. Hey, vote with your heart. Hey, have a big heart.
He heard the chairman. He wants to table the amendment. The clerk will unlock machine. All those in favor of tabling amendment will vote aye. If you're opposed to tabling amendment, you'll vote no. Clerk will unlock machine. Record the votes.
No. Come on, Red. Come on, Red. Come on, Red. Come on, Red.
Clerk will unlock machine. Record the vote. 76 ayes, 28 ayes. The amendment has been tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Lover, you are recognized. Chair recognized I've got a few more lights on, Joe. Chair recognized the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers. Speak on it too. Come on back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, this is a very tough calendar for us today as we talk about something that is passionate to every community. The right to vote is one of the most basic promises of our democracy. And so in a democratic government, every single person is considered equal and is empowered to both participate in their government and speak on the issues that impact their daily lives. So through our votes, we're able to express our values around concerns like healthcare, climate change, criminal justice, taxes, and so much more. And yet our voting rights are always seem to be under attack. Bills that make voting harder for women, Black and brown Americans, the disabled citizens, the senior citizens, and even influencing elections and district maps that don't even reflect our communities, that these obstacles threaten our democracy. And so this struggle for equal voting rights dates to the earliest days of the U.S. And so even as far back as 1700, when voting generally limited to white property owners. Even in the 1800s, official barriers to voting to start to recede. The 1920s, women win the right to vote. 1960s, southern states ramp up barriers to voting. 1964, the 24th Amendment targeted poll taxes. 1965, the Voting Rights Act passes Congress, giving the right to vote for everyone. 1971, young people win the right to vote. 1975, Voting Rights Act expanded to protect language minorities. 1982, Congress requires new voting protection for people with disabilities. 1993, motor voter became law. 2000, election problems spotlight needed for reform. 2002, Congress passes the Help America Vote Act. 2010, people embrace the need for voting reform. June of 2013, Supreme Court strikes a blow to the Voting Rights Act in Shelby County versus Holder. 2013, states ramp up barriers to voting. 2014, the voting rights movement coalesces to fight suppression. 2016, presidential elections and claims of fraud in voting. 2018, states and local officials keep erecting new barriers to voting continues. 2018, election draws record number of voting voters, but problems still remain. 2019, voting rights groups, they prepare for the 2020 census and redistricting. And here it is, 2023, we are still fighting for this simple right just to vote for Black and brown and disabled and blind and halt and senior citizens. Everyone deserves the right to vote. Instead of prohibiting people from voting, we should be making more laws to make voting more accessible in 2023. If Alabama is going to be progressive and move forward, it's a moral right that we should have to make sure that voting becomes equal and accessible for everyone. My grandmama needed the right to vote. Senior citizens needed the right to vote. Disabled needed the right to vote. Blind need the right to vote and vote without any hindrances and help from those to help them to vote. In America, and especially in Alabama, are we going to be marred with a state that prohibits every citizen from voting? Or are we going to be on the front lines of making sure every single citizen vote? Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you want your grandmother to vote. I'm sure you want your senior citizens to vote that's in your church. Every single citizen within our district should have the ability, the availability for whoever helps them to vote in every single election. It is our right just to cast our vote. It's our voice.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Hang tight.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, thanks for the recognition. Chairman, I have introduced 2 bills this session dealing with voting. Early voting, where the clerks of the state would choose what days that they would set up for early voting for in their precincts. And the no excuse absentee voting. But we don't have to lie about where our presence are on voting day. I can't even get chairman to put that on his calendar for a hearing in the committee. But somewhere I read, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This bill 209 takes away the pursuit of happiness and liberties from the citizens of this great state. And I can't believe that we in this particular time will sign a pledge to a party rather than for the people. And it's the people that elects us to represent them. I don't think the people in your district will approve of you taking away their assistance, especially for those who are handicapped, to fill out their absentee ballots or their voting registration forms. And those who would be doing it would be a felon in the process. I don't think that's part of your ideology. I think you're following the rules of something greater than you, which is the party, your party. You signed a pledge to do that rather than represent the people who sent you here. Now, we're in a precarious situation. I can understand the man that's going to bring this bill, and we call this freedom. Do we understand what freedom is all about? See, I came from a lineage of ancestry who freedoms has always been denied. We celebrated the Holocaust survivors here on this floor not too long ago. But when I look at the freedoms of World War II and the U.S. going in and liberating those prisoners that was held in captivity by the German regime, Hitler's regime, I hold my hands high for those servicemen and women who did that. But I look back at 1865, when people of color, my ancestors, was liberated from slavery. 2.5 years later, in June 19th, down in Texas, they only got the news of being free. we're here today to protest this particular legislation because it's denying people their constitutional right. You know, in my Bible, I read there's a passage of the gospel in Luke. Talks about the incident on the Jericho Road. You know anything about that?
Yeah.
Well, that incident happened that a guy was beaten, robbed, and left for dead on the Jericho Road. The Levite, the deacon of the church, came by and passed on by and looked up on him and didn't offer any assistance. The priest, the pastor, the shepherd came by. As a matter of fact, he may have gotten on the other side thinking that something was peculiar about this guy being naked and beaten and lying in that position. So he went on the other side. But there was a third person that came by. And you know, in the Bible, it calls it a good Samaritan. You know why he was a Samaritan? Because he was not a real race. He was a crossbreed between the Jews and the Syrians. In other words, the Jews looked at him as being a dog. He came by. The question that was asked to him by himself, what's going to happen to this man if I don't stop to help him? He didn't ask the question, what's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to this gentleman who was naked? Nobody knew his nationality. So here we are today. We're thinking so much about us that we forget about the people that sent us. What's going to happen to him if I don't stop to assist him? What's going to happen to the people that are blind if they don't get help in filling out their voters' forms? What's going to happen to the people that are in wheelchairs that can't get to the polls? What's going to happen to the persons that are mentally deranged? Those have sensory motor problems. What's going to happen to them if we don't stop to help them rather than thinking about ourselves? And there's another passage in the scripture, in the 25th chapter of Matthew's gospel. The question Jesus asked, when I was hungry, you didn't bring me nothing to eat. When I was naked, you didn't bring me any clothing. When I was sick, you didn't bring no medicine to help me. When I was in prison, you didn't come to visit me. But we're going on in the name of Christ, aren't we? We call ourselves due diligence. On Sunday, we show up. Monday through Saturday, we take down every good thing that may happen on Sunday by bringing these type bills. And the question was asked, Lord, when were you hungry or naked? When were you without water? When were you sick? Or when were you in prison? And you know what the answer to that was? The Lord said to them, and as much that you didn't do it unto the least of these. Now, I'm talking about those persons who are able to do for themselves. Don't you want to help those that are in need? And then our position here as policymakers, all times raise boats. We ought to empower them, to encourage them, to enhance them, to make their lives better, not make it miserable. Aren't we to do those things? Aren't we ought to walk worthy before our master and maker? He said, just as much as you didn't do it unto the least of these, You didn't do it unto me. And you know what the last words they said? He said, be cast out into darkness, where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. But we're in a situation here. But we're going to use our status because we have a super majority to just run rampant over the people that in need. The people that need the most should be given the most. And I want to say to this, what does the Lord require of us? To love mercy, to do justice, and to humbly walk with our Lord. And when we do those things, we will get away from all this devastating bills that we are passing to hurt people of color and people that are poor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sure like to recognize the Halsey family, Dennis, Cade, and RK, Marilyn, Pam. Thank you for being with us today, the entire Halsey family. Thank y'all. Also would like to recognize leadership at Etowah. Guests are Representative Butler, Lipscomb, and Gidley. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
Yes, we knew today would finally get here where we'll have the opportunity to talk a little bit. I'm gonna probably, I guess, save some of my content about the inner workings of the calendar and the bills on the calendar, because I respect really respect when you mentioned to me the other day, that's a good question for the bill sponsor. So I'll make sure that I save those questions for the bill sponsor today. But I would like to talk some about process. Okay. We've been very fortunate. I think you've been a very good rules chairman, and I think we've had the opportunity to go through every calendar that you presented. And I know in the past, we've had some calendars that we call red meat days. Remember like those red meat day calendars? And I think you've done a great job of trying to get more of the important issues dealt with. The general fund budget being one that was very important. The economic development packages, very important. That overtime pay bill was very important. It's just so many bills was very important, but we knew the day would come that things kind of slow down, and it appears to be some issues that just completely divide us for some reason directly down the middle. And I'm not really sure why, because I know on so many issues, we probably are together. Like we've seen I think a record number of 105-0 votes in this body this session. But that won't be today. And I guess it's just, I'm not sure why we have to do some of these things that we doing, but I guess I would like to talk about how we got here. Can you explain to me the process, and it's more for some of the younger members, but we all can stand for a refresher. You have people that have these bright ideas and they want them placed in bill form, and they have to start a process. So if you will, let's talk a little bit about the process instead of going deep into the actual bill.
Sure. When anyone has a topic or issue that's important to them that may need to be addressed or talked about, or some changes needed, they certainly work to try to get as much information possible to gather. They work with legislative services to get those ideas and procedures into bill format, and certainly file the bill. Try to get co-sponsors when you want to, and at least start educating members. And then When it's assigned a committee, it worked through with that chairman of that committee and those members of that committee to educate them, work through the process of trying to make the best decision for the impact of that piece of legislation. And once if it passes out with a favorable report, then it becomes in part of the rules process. And that's where my role and the great committee I have working in that role does. I like to tell people we work at that intersection of procedure, policy, and politics. And so we make sure the proper procedures are being followed, make sure the proper policies that piece of legislation has the intended consequences that they're wanting to do, and make sure there's not something that may be an unintended. And so working through those policy steps. And then we've had several bills that I agree with you, 105-0 is this many times is tough, but I think the members are doing a great job of working through the discussions and working through before we get to the floor to try to make sure as much information is out there to try to make sure things are addressed and before we get to this point. And now, we're getting into some of those that we may not be, like you stated, all on the same side. And, may have different viewpoints, different opinions of how a process needs to be done or how to make something work through. And so now from a rules process, it gets harder because you have to work through with the members, have discussions, and sometimes it's not up for the rules committee to decide. It's to put it out to the floor for the people to decide, and we have these discussions like we're having today and try to make the best decisions for the people of Alabama. And I think this calendar is a great mix of we've got some addressing some health issues for people that are very important.
You want to discuss the calendar? You want to discuss the bills on the calendar?
So I'm just saying, you asked about the process.
Yes, sir.
So how we got to this calendar is how we're kind of worked through, try to take people that have come to the Rules Committee, wanting their legislation to move forward and educate our committee.
Right.
And that's how the process works from the House side, as your question states.
Yes, sir. It's a couple things that kind of stand out to me is, and I don't think I'm gonna have enough time in 3 minutes and something, but so what's the pick order?
The pick
order from the Rules Committee. Who picks what bills and what bills go where?
Okay, on standard day, there'd be the speaker, and then the rules chairman, the rules vice chair, and then senior member, which got based on time in the legislature and works down from there.
Okay, so it would be safe to say that the first bill on the calendar was the speaker's pick and the second bill on the calendar was your pick? That's kind of how this goes?
Well, in the speaker's role and my role, there's flexibility. There could be a calendar of all bills proceed that move forward. And this was one of those cases where we could just select a calendar with the numbers and of bills that we could look at and see. But on a typical day, like you've done through these calendars that we've completed, we've gone through the entire process. Everyone that was present in the room got to make a selection of a bill they wanted to move forward.
But outside of the typical, like for the first bill on the calendar today, who selected that bill?
This was one that I offered as chairman for
you selected the first bill.
I offered the entire calendar as a proposal.
So you picked the 5-bill calendar yourself this time. Okay. And so you felt the bill had good merit, and that's kind of why you stood behind that bill?
I felt there was enough merit to it that we need to continue discussion through the legislative process and move it to the House floor.
So it wasn't necessarily because it was like a higher priority, important bill to you, but you just felt like it was time for the body to deliberate and make a decision on it?
Well, protections of the voting process should be important to all of us. It's important no matter what party.
So do we feel that we don't have protection right now? Do we feel that we have been elected under a flawed voting system?
I think every process and everything that we do, it could be always evaluated and improved. And this bill is selected to address some issues that feel may need to be looked at.
So we have some issues. with this?
Say we have issues. We're just
Sir?
trying to be, some of it could be to prevent an issue.
So we creating a bill to address problems that we don't have?
I'm going to say that.
So do we have issues or not have issues?
I can't speak to that. That's
speak
not,
to
it's
it.
not my role or profession or expertise.
Sir. Okay. And I guess I'll talk to the bill sponsor a little bit more about that. I didn't want to go too deep into the bill with you, you know. So I can honestly say it's going to be very interesting as session wind down to watch you navigate because I know that it's going to be more highly controversial issues to come up. We're going to have conference reports come up. We still have the budgets out there. We're going to have Senate messages come up. And it's just going to really be interesting to see how you're able to balance it all and close it out and be able to give us people, because it's a lot of good legislation still out there too. And to be able to get to all of that and deal with this, with the Senate messages and the conference and the budgets, and it's going to be really interesting to see how things go from this point forward. But thank you, gentlemen, for your time, and I'll address the bill sponsor. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Members, today with us in the gallery, we have Faith in Action statewide group. Guests are Representative Rolanda Hollis. Also, we have the Tallapoosa Farmers Federation, Tallapoosa County Representative Ed Oliver. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see our friend up in the gallery today, our former colleague in the House of Representatives. It's, Mr. Rules, Chairman, there are some interesting bills on the calendar today. Some of them I like, actually. I think that Representative Holsey's bill is a good bill. Representative Wood's bill is a good bill. Representative Gavan's bill is a good bill. I like the substitute and some of the amendments on Representative Pascal's bill. I think it'll make the bill much better. And so, but it's just one bill, I think, from previous conversations that many of my colleagues mentioned during their time up here to kind of address some of the issues of the day. But I think for me, what's more disturbing to me is the impact that I think both parties actually participate in the absentee ballot process. I do think that the title of this legislation, or what it's named in the media, is unfair to those individuals that do not participate in any type of illegal operation, a legal operation dealing with absentee ballots. I know that there's been, in the last several years, there hasn't been 10 cases of voter fraud that I could remember, or any fraud that have been found, individuals have been found guilty of. And so I just think that oftentimes we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. I do think that I hear that I see in the substitute, there are going to be some provisions that allow individuals to be able to work with family members and others through the process, next to kin, to be able to help them through the ballot process. But I think that there are other issues and definitions that we got to clearly define and seeing as it relates to disability. You know, how are we defining that? A person that's disabled? Are we talking about someone that has been identified as receiving benefits from their disability? Are we referring to an individual that maybe have some challenges at the time? Like, so I guess for me, there are a lot of questions that really needs to be answered, particularly when we're dealing with nursing homes and other assisted facilities, just trying to figure out how this legislation, and I'll talk to Mr. Keel about that here in a little bit, about how these things impact, and just really want to know and get some clarity. I think it's always important for us to really understand why or how and what's behind some of the legislation, what's behind the legislation. I do understand that this legislation will probably be one of the first of its kind based upon the penalty of it. And so it'll be setting a trend. And so it seems like a pretty political piece of legislation, Mr. Chairman. I know you probably, the gentleman you don't really see it that way. You take everyone at their word and try to work with them through the process. But Mr. Chairman, I do think that there are some of us that are kind of looking deeper, just trying to really understand the motivation behind some of the things. And it's fair to ask questions. I think that every member should deserve to have their voices heard. Certainly hope that the spirited debate today is squarely focused on the issue that's in front of us, and that we keep it germane to the issue that's in front of us so that we can really get a full and clear understanding as to the impact of this legislation and answer some of the questions. I think oftentimes when those individuals that are working on pieces of legislation seek input from all parties. I seriously don't think that there's been any input from folks on my side of the aisle or any discussions about this piece of legislation and whether or not there's a problem with it or how can we make it better or what have you. I really hate to see these particular pieces of legislation, because what it does is, it'll likely put us in the press in a negative light as a state, while you and I and others and the speaker and others are working extremely hard, and our budget chairman and other members in the chamber, both chambers, trying to focus on growth and opportunity for the state of Alabama, making certain that we remain a state that has a very positive business climate and employee climate. We want to attract people to the state of Alabama. I think that there's a lot of work that have been done to really get away from some of the cultural wars or some of the partisan wars that we find ourselves in. And we do point to Washington, D.C. of saying that we're not like Washington, D.C. But then there comes a time when we're dealing with legislation that does put us in the same conversation as some of those folks. And so it's really disheartening to me because at the end of the day, I want to expand access and opportunity for individuals to be able to vote and giving them an opportunity to vote, whether it's, through the more than just one day, expanding the absentee process so that it's no excuses, no excuse absentee. But we also going to have to educate upon the passage of this piece of legislation. We're going to have to educate the public on what this actually means. And I think that we don't want anyone to inadvertently get themselves in any trouble because it appears that this piece of legislation can be detrimental to their career and their livelihood long term. And sometimes people that are trying to help individuals in the process get themselves in trouble. And sometimes it's more of an indirect consequence that one may not know that exists. And so certainly hope that the Secretary of State will office have in their budget process dollars that's going to help us educate the general public on this piece of legislation. And they're going to create things that are going to be create more opportunities for people to learn about this. And certainly Mr. Jones is going to lead that process. I certainly have faith in him. I hope I still have faith in him. He hadn't done anything to impact that. And so we certainly, is that a nod, Mr. Jones? That is a nod. So Mr. Jones is committed to, and as my friend Clay committed to the same, making certain that we, and I don't think he's in that office anymore. I think he got a promotion. And so I certainly hope that we can work together on educating the public in general about this piece of legislation. I'm happy to join you in that. I'll likely have on some additional equipment in that if I'm able to join you guys, because this is going to cause a lot of issues throughout the state. And so certainly hope that we are considering those things. It's going to be a very chilling effect. I do think that. And I think that we're really we're not looking at the long-term impact that this is going to have, especially in some of our rural communities, in our nursing homes, and a lot of our assisted living facilities, or even in some of our neighborhoods, and folks that have different disabilities, maybe having being visually impaired and other things. And so I just think that this is, and I hope that the number they're going to provide on this website, I'm going to make sure I give everyone that number. I'm going to write it on bathroom walls. I'm going to write on everything that I can to say, call this number if you need help with your absentee ballot. And so I do think that this is going to create an opportunity for that office to come to us for additional funding after answering all these calls. And so I just hope that we understand the impact of this piece of legislation, the negative impact I see that is going to cause both parties in the long run, and it's going to create another pipeline. It'll be the voting to prison pipeline is what this is going to end up creating, because it's a felony. It goes to a felony. And so this is just something that I think is unfortunate, and certainly.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be back.
Thank the gentleman. Would like to recognize in the gallery the Metro Montgomery County chapter of the NAACP. Guests are Representative Hassel, Lawrence, McClammy, Morris, and Ensler. Also Clark County NAACP. The guest of Representative Jackson. Thank y'all for being with us today. The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it would have been a good thing if we could have moved that last bill up to the front. And because if we ever get past the first bill, we still have another controversial bill that's on this calendar that they brought back that we had problems with on Tuesday. So that's going to hold us up. I would have liked to have seen on a Thursday for us to have a calendar that, that we could really benefit the citizens of Alabama. But the more we come up with these voting rights bill, I had one of our colleagues that gave you some history and the importance of being able to vote and vote without restrictions. Because when you look back in the history of the United States, even after slaves in the South were set free, they couldn't vote. Because certain states did not secede from the Union, they were given an additional 100 years to set their slaves free. So you got many northern states that have different emancipation proclamations that they had to issue because they voluntarily freed their slaves between 1865 and the late 1920s, when New York was one of the longest slave-holding states in the country. So that when we look at unrestricted voting rights, to deem that some people are full-fledged citizens of this country is very important to some of us. I've heard a term that was used recently, and it said that on one of the news programs, one of our congressmen said that the right to vote only belonged to the legacy people of this country. And he was referring to Anglos that came to this country when before the Anglos came here, there were Indians and Mexicans, and the African navigators had been to this country way before the Anglos. But it's amazing that that's a new term that's being coined, the legacy people. And the legacy people are all people that are of European descent. And they've automatically taken the right to vote to be something that they're entitled to. But even in that, white women wasn't given that right. So many of the ladies that's in this chamber today ought to be here talking against any bill that comes up that would infringe on a person's right to vote. When we're talking about helping people, I used to pay people to go out because they go door to door to find people that need to help. You have people that are sick in their houses. They don't have family members. And unless we get people to go out to try to knock on the doors to see who want to vote, but they don't have any help to get there or even to get their absentee ballot. And what we did was allow them to fill in their ballot and they mail it in. And when they get it back in, you know, you go and make sure they fill it out and be able to put it back in. But then when you come down to people who are blind, most times they're homebound. They might not have any family members either. And you're talking about paying people to go and help people to vote. When people especially in these times when the gas prices are so high, we do have to pay people for their gas to go door to door in certain neighborhoods, that to be able to find those people that need to help because they don't know where to go look for it. And we don't do enough voter education in this state to be able to get that information out. We don't have enough coming on the TV or the radio that they might have to say, well, you can contact this group or this group and they'll give you help. But if you contact even a nonprofit group to come in and help, the staff people are being paid something, if nothing but for their gas. So that would be judged as you paying somebody to go out and help them vote. But in these United States of America, most of the rules and regulations that have been put in place in the last few years concerning people voting rights have put us beneath most countries that try to practice democracy. In most countries, they try to do everything in their power to make sure that every citizen that is of voting age is able to vote. Regardless of how the help comes, they still try to put in place things to help them. They even give them the opportunity to have the drop boxes, which we don't have. They give them so many that in some states, I think they have where they mail out ballots automatically to every household to make sure that everybody who's registered to vote get a ballot and can vote in a timely manner. Because most times with us, we got one election day. And on that election day, anything can happen where you can't make it to the polls. But I oftentimes have to pick up people who need help. I have to go to their house, especially in my church, to help them. And then if for some reason I send somebody and I have to pay them because they're using their gas, then they're going to be criminally fined because they helped somebody and they received some monies to go help that person. But it amazes me in a state like Alabama that is at the bottom of everything. We don't have extraordinary voter turnouts, yet this body would continue to pass bills to restrict people's ability to vote. So, you know, I think at some point in time, we've got to stop being so party-oriented, and we come into this building to be people-oriented, and we should work harder instead of down partisan line, and this is the partisan agenda, that the only way we figure we could get in office is we got to restrict other people who might not feel the same way that we feel from voting. But at the end of the day, it's going to hurt your community just as much as it's going to hurt my community. Because what you do for harm for me it's going to harm the people in your community too. And you know, there are many people of Anglo descent, Latino descent, and others that need help. You know, and most times with us, because in many cases, we are the prevailing ethnic group in most southern states, most of these laws appear to be aimed at us. And that's why we take it so serious. I used to remember when my parents had to save their monies to pay their poll tax in order to vote. They had their little jar where they would put the little pennies every week that was extra in that jar so they could save enough money. So when elections came about, my mom and dad could pay their poll taxes so that they could go vote. And even with those poll taxes that you charge, that was another restriction in us voting, because all people in the Black community didn't have income where they could save a few pennies to be able to pay the poll tax. And then when the state collected the poll taxes, it only went to help white schools. It helped them buy their band uniforms, their football uniforms. It didn't come to the Black schools at all. And that's why it was so discriminatory. And we still are trying to put in place more and more reasons and pitfalls for people not to be able to vote. And it seems like so many people in this chamber call themselves Christians, but I don't know which Christ they serve, because if they serve the living Christ, then they would be so adamant about passing these bills. And we sit up here and we talk and give you factual information as to how they not only hurt us, but they hurt your people too. They hurt poor whites. They hurt whites with disability, whether they're physical disabilities, they hurt them. Some of them can't make it to the polls and vote. So you not only hurt us, like we have the song and the saying that what man might mean for harm, God can switch it around and make it good. Because when you hurt me, you're going to hurt your own folks with bills like this. And we got so many of them. I want the people in the gallery to know we got other bills that try to restrict the rights and take away rights of citizens of the state of Alabama. And because
Lady's time has expired.
I
The chair
do appreciate
recognizes the
you,
lady.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
All good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Rules, Chair, how are you this morning?
Great. How are you, Ms. Hall?
I only have 2 minutes. Oops. Well, so I think you've heard really the concerns that we have as it relates to House Bill 209. And I think there was a suggestion that possibly moving that to the end of the calendar. Does that sound like something that we might be able to do at this point?
Well, I think we've got a short calendar, and it being a Thursday, we made it a shorter calendar so people could move through the process, do the work they need to, and then make their travels back to their district. So I think that the order we've got will work fine once we get going on these bills, and now it could be done by 11 o'clock if we wanted to. It could be.
You think so?
Here. Sure.
Based on what? What do you, in light of what you've heard as it relates to the first bill on the calendar, that means that if we're going to be finished by 11, you're thinking about probably stopping debate.
No, I'm just hoping all discussion is being had and working through.
Oh, no.
My role is to put it out here for debate, and that's what we'll do and work through the process. So.
Okay. So you think, well, I think we might be a little later than 11 then, but as has it been indicated, you are aware that the concern that we have is House Bill 209.
And I understand y'all have some questions for the bill sponsor when we get to that point, so.
Right, and
That's-
so we
Sure.
we're hoping, of course, I knew the reality of it would not happen, but there are many things, and I certainly would take an opportunity to share my concerns as it relates to this bill, as one who's in this House who was a part of many activities and movement that allowed me to be able to even stand before you today, to even be able to stand here today. And so, and it was because of individuals who fought to get their rights to vote. And then after getting their rights to vote, the opportunity to allow me as a citizen of of Alabama, of this country, the opportunity to, and there are many of the activities that I was engaged in or involved in, also some of the activities that are being taken or.
And the lady's time has expired.
And I'll.
Members, the question before the body is the adoption of the special order calendar. If you're in favor of the adoption of the calendar, it'll be aye. All those in favor be aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The calendar has been adopted. Clerk, call first bill on the calendar.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 209 would substitute by Representative Keel relating to elections.
Representative Keel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 209 would prohibit any person from distributing, ordering, requesting, collecting, pre-filling, obtaining, or delivering an absentee ballot application or absentee ballot to another person. It would also prohibit the same from being paid or to receive payment for the same. Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Brown. First person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Representative. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to tell you, I appreciate you bringing this piece of legislation. We live in uncertain times, and really our elections are the backbone of our great republic. And without the security of knowing that our elections aren't riddled with fraud, then what do we have? We don't really have a republic. We don't have the confidence of the people of the state of Alabama and of the nation. And I applaud this legislation because once again, it brings Alabama in the forefront of election security and safety. And I think that you and the Secretary of State are doing an outstanding job on this. We're fortunate that we have a secretary has a vision that's leading the country in providing ballot security. And I think this and the chain of custody issue is incredibly important to that. And I just want to thank you for bringing this.
Well, thank
It's
you. I
important.
appreciate the support.
Okay.
Sure do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for the recognition. Boy, it's what a day. Hey, I've been here a long time, probably too long. But I gotta say, don't take this personal. But this is quite possibly the worst piece of legislation I have ever seen. Let me ask you a question. So if I pay my son $10 to go get me an absentee ballot application, am I a criminal?
Your son can help you.
Huh?
I have a carve out here. Your son can help you.
No, actually, See, one of the things about the bills that y'all bring, sometimes you don't read them. That's section 1. That's a carve out for section 1, him helping. But in section 2, there is no carve outs if you pay somebody to do something for you. So if I ask him, if I say, hey, son CJ, go get me an absentee ballot, and I pay him gas money, it shall be unlawful for a person to knowingly pay a third party to distribute, order, request, collect, complete, obtain, or deliver another voter's absentee ballot application or absentee ballot. It shall, section A here, it shall be unlawful for a third party to knowingly receive a payment for distributing, ordering, requesting, collecting, completing, obtaining, or delivering another voter's absentee ballot application or absentee ballot. Now, do you see where those carve-outs you're talking about apply to the payment part of this bill?
I think they're exceptions. I think the exceptions are pretty clear.
No, that's what I'm telling you. The exceptions don't apply to section 2. They don't. Because, so what I'm telling you is, by just requesting somebody to say, hey man, can you get me an absentee ballot application? That's a crime. Like, and if I say I'll give you gas money, it's a class C felony. And it's a class B if it shall be unlawful for a person to knowingly pay a third party to distribute, order, request, collect, complete, or obtain, or deliver. That's 2 to 20. Does that make any sense to you? To charge somebody for asking a question with a 2 to 20? Does that make sense to you?
Well, I take voter integrity pretty seriously, and I think we all do. I think as elected officials, we should. And
if I burglarize a house, do you take that seriously too?
I do.
That's a lesser punishment.
But our ethics laws, we hold each other to a high standard. Our ethics laws are...
These aren't ethics laws. This is not an ethics law.
And it's also not burglary.
But I'm talking about relative punishment. What makes our criminal justice system make sense is that we pick out some sort of activity, determine intent, and then prescribe a particular punishment to the conduct. Your bill equates me paying my son to go get an absentee ballot for me to robbery second. Me asking a question. Does that make sense to you?
Profiting from voting should not happen.
I'm not profiting from voting. Nobody's profiting from actually voting because you don't even have to cast the ballot. You don't even have to vote to be in violation of this code section. So we hadn't even reached the voting threshold yet. You're criminalizing conversations and making people Class C and Class B felons. So what about this? Would it bother you to know that all the conversations surrounding a criminal charge here could be completely innocuous and otherwise legal?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It's simple. Does it bother you that almost every component of your bill isn't a crime? It's a completely innocuous conversation between two people. Like, for example, I ask a person to go get me an absentee ballot application. This could make that a crime.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
So if I ask, because you've got a few.
Well, if you ask your son to go get your ballot application, it's not a crime.
No, but if I pay him to go pick it up, it is.
Well, if we're back to that again, no one should be profiting from the balloting process.
But again, it's not profiting. It's not a profit. It's not even a criminal enterprise. What if I said this? Why don't we criminalize the harvesting of ballots and then the fraud in using an absentee ballot to cast more than one vote? Wouldn't that make more sense than criminalizing a conversation with somebody about, could you help me get one?
Well, I think it's already illegal to cast more than one vote.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to accomplish by criminalizing non-criminal behavior. If I have a friends or family or anybody really, and I say, because what we do is we will set up a table, right? And on that table, you'll have absentee ballot applications. You'll have also voter registration and all those things, and you'll be sitting at a table. Do you know that those folks sitting at that table are committing a crime under this bill?
Well, they can still register folks to vote. It's perfectly legal to do that.
So you can hand them, because these are just basically two forms. You can hand them a form to get them registered to vote, sure, but you can't hand them a form, a blank absentee ballot form to help them with that process?
Well, that process needs to stay secure. That's the issue here, is voter security, is our election security.
And it's funny, you say
fraud.
It should be secure, but you can go drop it off at a box at a courthouse. Anyway, again, I'm at a table with two forms. It's legal for me to pass you a voter registration form, but it's illegal for me to pass you an absentee ballot application.
Well, it's equally as easy, if you're going to hand out the application, it's equally as easy to have them call the Secretary of State's office and request a form. They'll be mailed to them. Call the circuit court clerk's office, it'll be mailed to them. It's as easy to do that as it is to sit there at the table.
And again,
as a matter of fact, the Secretary of State's office has got a pamphlet, a brochure that they can hand out. It's got a QR code on it. It's got a phone number on it. They scan it, put their information in, they get the application.
Yeah. So, you know, one piece of paper is fine, and the other piece of paper is a Class C felony. Boy, I don't know where y'all come up with these bad ideas. But again, just want you to know, for all the people who are listening, this crime requires no intent. You don't even have to try to break the law to break this law. It equates you passing a piece of paper to somebody who serves a year at least in prison. Hey, and if you pay somebody, you don't even have to vote with the form. You don't even have to pass the form out. If you pay somebody you know to go pick this form up for you, the person who takes the form is a Class C felon, and the person who makes the payment, gas money, is a Class B felon. 2 to 20 for just handing somebody you know some money. You know, it's hard to celebrate democracy and be afraid of it at the same time. It's hard to promote and encourage people to participate in a process and say you want them to, but then criminalize them for getting assistance to do so. Across the state, people have been begging and asking, you know, this is a pretty bad idea, because what if I'm blind, or what if I need help to do this, or I'm in a nursing home and I'm incapacitated and I need some help filling out my form. Instead of encouraging that sort of behavior, we criminalize it. So in Alabama, paying your son to go get you an absentee ballot application will get you the same punishment as somebody who robs. With somebody
Agenda's time has expired.
I tell you what, boy,
the chair recognizes the lady from Cherokee, Revenue Shavers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kill, you and I discussed this bill, and I shared with you that in my former life prior to coming here that I worked for a city, and as part of my duties was to administer elections.
Sure.
So I'm very familiar with the process of, you know, straight from registering to vote and actually even training the workers who vote, all the way down to sending out the absentee ballots once we get the applications, and receiving the absentee ballots, and we have a pretty secure process in the state, but if there's one area that would make it easy for voter fraud, it would be with the absentee ballot process. So I think that what you're trying to do is to shore that up to lessen any opportunity for that to happen. Now, I can't tell you that I witnessed a specific instance where we knew for sure that there was fraud involved, but I can tell you that I have seen things that looked very suspicious. Getting stacks of applications back that were filled out in the same handwriting. And it also was for locations like group homes and things like that. And so while there are people who need assistance and having elderly parents who always wanted to vote and they couldn't always get to the polls, that there is assistance is needed in filling out these applications and getting them in, and you're still leaving the process for that because people do need assistance. So I appreciate that you are trying to shore up and prevent voter fraud in this area.
Well, let me assure you also that while people do need assistance, we've been very clear in this bill who could request that assistance. And so it's a very specific list of people that could request assistance. And those folks are any family member who's an aunt, uncle, grandparent, grandchild, niece, nephew, parent, full sibling, half sibling, a child, a resident of the same household. They've been there for 6 months. They can do it. The Secretary of State, he can appoint people to assist with the process. And then in your position as an election manager, when you were in the city, you could deliver the ballots. And that would happen all the time, I'm sure, in your job.
In person, that
Yes.
would come to the clerk's office and vote in person. They just didn't drop off their, completed ballot.
Sure.
We did assist someone and take those. So.
Well, the intention here is not to keep people from voting, but to make sure that our process is as secure as possible. And I appreciate the job that you did as an election manager to make sure that happened.
Well, thank you for bringing the bill. And I think we all want our elections to be as safe and secure as possible.
Thank you.
Chair thanks a lady. Would like to recognize in our audience Tallapoosa County Farmers Federation guests are Representative Oliver and Chief Tuggle. Let's give them a hand. As well as Faithful Gospel Baptist Church from Montgomery, Alabama, Pastor Frederick Hardy is the guest of Representative Penny McClammy. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ensler. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Right. So just to begin, I think it's very fitting that today is the National Day of Prayer. I'll share on a personal note, before I come into this chamber and before I even get dressed in the morning, I pray and ask that God guide me to think about those who don't have a voice, those that are the most vulnerable and marginalized, those who don't necessarily have lobbyists advocating for them or aren't able to get here to the State House. So it's in that spirit that I'm standing here. I heard from a constituent of mine yesterday, a disabled woman, doesn't have any family, any blood family anywhere near Montgomery, anywhere near the district. She can't get around on her own. And the question she asked me, and then I'll pose this to you, is she asked me why the legislature is so against her rights and why the legislature seems to not care or value her equally as someone with disabilities. And her question was, why is this bill even necessary in the first place? And would appreciate your thoughts in response to that.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate your constituents' concern, of course. As a disabled person, she is protected under the Federal Voting Rights Act, and specifically Section 209. And so in committee, we took an amendment to make sure that we spelled that out in the bill, although it was not entirely necessary. But we did want anyone who looked at the bill later to be able to come back, and it's kind of a flag here that says look at the Voting Rights Act and see what it says. What does it say? It says that it shall be an affirmative, it says that an individual may, at their choosing, provide assistance to a voter due to the voter being blind, disabled, or unable to read or write. So if your constituent is any of those things, and it sounds like she's disabled, so if she's blind, if she's disabled, if she can't read or write, she can ask anybody she wants to help her fill out that ballot. So you can help her. If she's got your number, you can go help her. No fear of being prosecuted because of that. The only people that couldn't help her is her employer or a union that she belonged to. That's not state law. That's the Voting Rights Act. And so she would absolutely be able to ask anyone to assist her that she wanted to assist her.
Sure. And, I know you mentioned the point about having an affirmative defense. So for those who do help, and I know there was an attempt to put that amendment in to say, well, hey, there will be some exceptions, or people can go ahead and if they are charged, then have that charge taken away or dismissed. But the chilling effect of that and the impact for people who don't even necessarily understand exactly what's in the bill, what's not, that's going to, and I've heard this from constituents, from people in the district, the fact that there are even criminal penalties in some form or fashion for helping with absentee ballots, they want nothing to do with it. So the impact of this is beyond just the letter of the law and what's in the bill. It's causing people to say, well, wait a second, I don't want to help at all if I'm going to get charged. And even if they then get to the point of going to court and having to say, well, it's an affirmative defense, they don't even want to get to that point because of the concern.
Well, you can say that about anything, though. I mean, if you drive a car and you go 66 miles an hour on a 65-mile-an-hour zone, there's a potential for getting a traffic citation. So you don't stop driving just because there's a potential of getting a citation. What you do is you find out what the law is and then stay within the law.
Right, but with driving, I mean, two totally different things, right? Driving can kill someone. You can seriously injure someone. Voting or helping someone with absentee ballot, no comparison between why we have speeding laws and absentee ones.
Well, except that the voting process is essential to our democracy, and making sure that we have voter integrity, voting process integrity from the start, from the time somebody gets an application, all the way to the end to when the ballot is cast, is of utmost importance. And so it is very important. And to your point, people have fought and died for that right for us to vote. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we keep that process completely void of fraud of any kind.
And then, so to that point, though, about the integrity and fraud, I haven't heard yet that there's this mass fraud or that there is election, integrity issues. Are there examples of that other than maybe a handful? Are there reasons why this bill was so necessary and prompted you to work on it and bring it about today?
Well, we've seen it nationwide. There have been issues with absentee ballots nationwide. And so we've seen that in past elections. We have seen it here in Alabama where elections were decided by a very slim margin. And so if you're in one of those races where even one vote was fraudulently cast, there's an issue there. We have just in my hometown, a city council race that tied. And what we found out much later, as late as 2 months ago, was that there were 2 votes cast illegally in that election. There was two votes cast illegally in the city and 1 in that election. So that 1 vote, if it had not been cast, would have decided that election one way or the other. It was a fraudulent vote. It was in person, but the same thing applies to an absentee ballot. If there's 1 fraudulent vote, 1 person that was manipulated into voting a way that they did not understand or would not have otherwise done, then that's a problem in that election. We had a state Senate race decided by 1 vote. If there was 1 vote that was fraudulent in that election, it would have turned that race one way or the other.
And I would just point out that the reverse of that someone who may now not get access to an absentee ballot, and look, we saw this in committee, disabled people, blind people, thank God you and I can stand here and have vision that we can see each other, but we saw those testimonies, we heard them from people who said that may stop their ability from being able to vote. So on the reverse, it may be that one person, those 2 people that now can't get that help or they're afraid to get it, that may turn the election. So it goes both ways, right, on how close, if there's a margin.
Well, that's the reason we heard those people. They were here. They had a legitimate complaint that if they're blind, if they obviously they're protected federally, and nothing we're going to do here is going to overturn that. But we put that in there so that if somebody looks at this law, if they're going to prosecute somebody, they have a flashing light here, a signal that says, look at this. It says right here that we should look at the Federal Voting Rights Act. And if they are disabled, if they're blind, if they cannot read or write, then they can ask anybody they want to under that Voting Rights Act to vote. And so they can get assistance just like they always have. And so we heard those folks that day and took their point well and had an amendment in committee to protect their right to vote.
Sure. And, and just back to my original point, it's hard though, going into this with prayer, thinking about the most vulnerable, that has tugged at my heartstrings and my conscience, and I can't in good conscience then vote for this. And this is what I would encourage others, think about those most vulnerable people and what they said and how it would impact them. I just on the record want to make a few other points about the legal constitutional concerns. And I'm sure you've heard these, but from lawyers that know the ins and outs of the Constitution and voting rights, this can be challenged from a variety of grounds. The First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the Voting Rights Act, and the American with Disabilities Act. And the question then that I would pose is, knowing that there are these serious concerns from constitutional lawyers, that we may see what Alabama often goes through. We propose a law, we get sued, we use taxpayer dollars to defend it. So my question is, do you feel comfortable, presumably as a fiscal conservative, using taxpayer dollars to defend lawsuits that we're being warned are probably by a law that's probably illegal and unconstitutional?
If we need to use taxpayer dollars to defend the securing of the election process, then I'm okay with that.
Last point I want to make, and appreciate the time on it, that, I do want to make a broader point here that, we do often, I know we're thankfully bringing a Rosa Parks statue at a certain point in time. We quote Martin Luther King, we honor him, we talk about it. For me personally, to hear from colleagues that are saying that their ancestors, their relatives that marched for the right to vote, right? I can only understand that so much, but to hear them say that this would be a dishonor and disservice to what people went through, right? The best I can do is listen to them and say, well, it's not enough to just quote Martin Luther King. It's not enough to just have a Rosa Parks statue. We have to ask, well, for the courage and for the sacrifice they made, are we voting in a way that's consistent with that? And I would ask my colleagues and you as well, to consider that. If we're going to honor that history, honor that past, let's think about, are we voting consistently with that?
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 77 ayes, 28 ayes. BR has been adopted. Representative Keel.
Move past the sub.
Okay, you care to explain your sub?
I can. So in committee, we heard the people who were there that were disabled and blind. We wanted to make sure that it was noted in the bill that that we still fall under the Federal Voting Rights Act.
Thanks, sir. Chair recognizes Representative Tillman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
My question to you is this. How will you tell me the process if this bill were to go into effect in an imperfect world, not a perfect world, imperfect world? If this bill were to go into effect, tell me the process of how you would govern what you're trying to do as far as the penalties are concerned.
Well, it would go through the same process that any other legal process goes through.
Give me an example.
Sir?
Give me an example of that.
Well, I mean, if there is an offense, there's a complaint, it would go to I'm sure the local district attorney.
Okay, so who files the complaint?
I guess whoever sees the crime take place or whoever detects the crime.
So if me and my mom in a room, who is going to say that there was some type of voting fraud at that particular moment?
Well, if you and your mom are in a room, there's no fraud is taking place.
Okay, so what about me and one of my friends? Who's to say at that point that it was voting fraud?
Well, if it's only you and your friend in the room and nobody tells, then it's like any other illegal activity that goes on. If you're the only two people there and nobody tells, I don't know how it could be detected.
How often does voter fraud happen in the state of Alabama?
Well, there are indications that something irregular happens in certain places.
Give me some examples. Give me some numbers. Give me some
Sure.
data.
Well, as far as absentee voting goes, the state average is about 4%.
4%.
We have counties that are, well, we had a county that was 21% absentee voters in one county.
Okay, well, give me more examples. So out of what, there's 5 million people in the state of Alabama, and you're saying 4%?
Sure.
21%. So that's the need and the cause of actually having this bill to be brought forward?
Well, no, the need of the cause of this bill is that we've seen nationwide voter fraud when it comes to the absentee process.
Okay,
we've seen voter fraud across the spectrum of voting, especially when we have early voting in those places. And so it does open up, when you vote outside of the day of election, it does open up opportunity for fraud. And when that happens, we identify the issues. This happens to be one of them. We've identified other issues in the past.
I know you're saying nationwide, but I'm talking about germane to the state of Alabama. What is the voting fraud percentages and levels in the state of Alabama?
Well, like I talked with Representative Insler just a minute ago, if you're in one of those races and it affects you and there's one fraudulent vote, that's way more than enough. We had a city council race in my hometown that was tied. And we found out, this was 2 years ago, we recently found out that one of the voters voted illegally. They should not have voted in that race. And when they did that, because the race was tied, if they had not voted, there would not have been a tie in that race. There was a fraudulent vote cast, and because that fraudulent vote happened, it affected the outcome of the city council race in my hometown. So I don't know how often it happens, but it happens, and it happened to us.
I know, but shouldn't we understand and know how often it happens if it's going to be a prevalent problem, if we're going to draft legislation to limit and to suppress the vote?
One time is too much. One time is too many times.
So the people that elected you to stand here, so do you believe that there was some type of voting fraud in your election?
I don't know.
You don't know, right? So should you be recalled? Should all 105 members be looking at voting fraud in their elections? So we're trying to suppress the people that helped elect you to get you in office to write this awful bill. That's what we're doing. So to me, what is the purpose of this bill? What is this bill solving?
The bill solves the potential for fraud in the election process.
So that's the potential of it.
Yes.
We cannot. So we're going to incarcerate someone on voting fraud according to your bill, correct?
Yes.
So for some reason, it seems that our only reason is to incarcerate everyone. We cannot incarcerate ourselves out of crime waves. If that was the case, the murder rate would go down. If that was the case, the robbery rate would go down, but they are still up, even though we have penalties. So now we want to add a penalty to voting. Why is that? What is the purpose of doing that? This bill is unnecessary. It is completely unnecessary. This is a waste of taxpayer time. This is a waste of the people who elected you, your time. This is a waste. But we're standing here debating a bill that shouldn't even be in place in the first place. You're saying that it's voting fraud, but you haven't given any data, any information, any evidence to support your position in this. So how would you govern this bill? How would the DA govern this bill? How would the police govern this bill? Give me some examples of that.
The same with any other criminal complaint.
So it's the same with any other criminal complaint. So if it happens or it didn't happen, we don't know if it happens or not.
Like
we
any
put
other
forward
crime.
legislation to say we're stopping the potential of it happening instead of actually fixing the problem. So we haven't fixed the problem yet, though, correct?
I hope there's not a problem.
Exactly, because it's not a problem. If we're looking at 5 million people in the state of Alabama and you're saying 4%, how many people is that? And you want to name your county, saying it's 21%. And we're talking about one vote. And
It was not my county that was 21%.
what county was that?
Perry County.
Perry County. So 21% in Perry County that shipped and changed the election to you. So your position is one vote is voting fraud.
One vote is absolutely voting fraud.
But we still don't have any proof of that, any legal proof of that, any proof that has been substantiated, corroborated throughout the state of Alabama, correct?
I had a substantiated case of voter fraud in my city 2 months ago.
In the city elections, right? So
City election.
And so that was the impetus of you bringing this bill, right? That was the reason for you wanted to bring
It
this
was
bill?
not.
So what is your
But it is
reason
an
for
indication
carrying
that
this
there
bill?
is voter fraud happening in Alabama.
So what is
That we're
your
not
particular-
free of voter fraud. It's not like you come to Alabama and we don't have any voter fraud, but you visit any other state and then we have voter fraud.
Yes, but we're talking about germane to Alabama because you're still not naming the voting fraud that's actually taking place in the state of Alabama. So what is your reason, you, Representative Keel, what is your reason for wanting to bring this bill?
To secure the election process in Alabama.
So not carrying the bill for someone else,
That's
not
the reason
some
I'm bringing it.
organization, not some, nefarious group, right? It just Representative Keel want to bring this.
There is no
bill.
nefarious group. I worked with the Secretary of State, Wes Allen. We identified the issues. We worked together to put this together. He and his staff and myself, we put this bill together after identifying the issue.
And some of your issues are, as you saying, one vote, right? One vote.
One
And that's
vote.
your issue to bring massive legislation
One fraudulent vote is too many.
to criminalize someone for voting. So what if a person doesn't have any family members and they need help with someone voting on this particular bill? So would that person be criminalized as well?
If they are not disabled and they're not blind and they can read and write and they don't have a mother, a father, brother, sister, cousin, niece, nephew, half brother, half sister,
any family member,
they don't have a conservator, they don't have a guardian, then the Secretary of State, and they've got a very good outreach program where you can reach out by scanning that code, go to a website, you got a phone number, you can go there. Secretary of State will send somebody to assist the person. They'll deliver the application to them, help them fill it out, pick it up, help them get that process. If you can't get the Secretary of State for some reason, you can't access through this form the Secretary of State, you could call the election manager. Representative Shaver just said a while ago that she was the city election manager.
that.
Call the election manager.
But we still are looking at the point of having more significant evidence to say that we do have voting fraud in the state of Alabama.
I'm trying to give you examples. You asked me how many people could come. So and that's not all of them. So you got circuit court clerk in your county who is often the elections manager. It is in my county. I don't know if it is in yours.
Yes.
But they can appoint somebody, or they can go and deliver the ballot also. The probate judge in your county, they can go, or they can appoint somebody to go. And so there are multiple points of contact outside of all the others that we mentioned a while ago that could assist with somebody to go get an application, have the application sent to them, mail to them, return it back, get the ballot mailed to them, and return the ballot back.
So we're still a solution looking for a problem. There's no problem here, but we're trying to create a solution to find the problem.
Well,
there's no
this
problem
does
with
not
voting
end
fraud.
all
Gentleman's
voter-
time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you're talking about voter fraud, I was in a meeting with Congressman Palmer last year, and he was talking about voter fraud. And I told him what I have observed in my district, in those communities that used to be predominantly white that moved out. On one of my presidential elections, I noticed an abnormal number of whites in line at a couple of my polling places. So I asked one person, where do you live? He said, well, I live right there in that corner house. I said, well, no, you can't live in that corner house because that's where my classmate live. He said, but I rent the house. So he had voted in St. Clair County that morning. Then he came to Jefferson County that afternoon and cast a vote a second time in the presidential election. Now, when I asked Congressman Palmer, wouldn't that be the type of voter fraud that we would like to clear up? But what we're concerned about is a person that might have physical disabilities of some type getting some paid help to cast a ballot, either ask someone to go get their absentee ballot form. And I asked the congressman, why don't we, instead of us trying to stop people with disabilities or whatever reason need help in getting an absentee ballot, why don't we start using Social Security number county by county to make sure people who are renting properties to someone in another county, voting in the county where they actually live, and then going to the county where they have rental properties and voting again. And can you imagine this? If they had, in Jefferson County, if they had rental properties in a couple different neighborhoods, different polling places, because we don't compare anything, they done voted in St. Clair, Bibb, Walker County, and then they go to both of those polling places in Jefferson County. So they've cast their vote 3 times in 3 different places. But you're not willing to look at that type of voting fraud, because most times the people that are doing it are people that are part of the Republican Party. And even with Congressman Palmer, he said he wasn't talking about that right now, but he talking about somebody with a absentee ballot, someone who might have a sight problem or some other physical problem. And in some cases, when we do pay people to go door to door or to nursing homes to spend the day helping those people to get their absentee ballot application, you're willing to criminalize that help, but you're not willing to come back and let us find the real people who today we have no number on how many people are doing that process that I observed at 2 of my polling places that used to be predominantly white polling places. And it continues to happen. Last year, in the presidential race, I had in one of my polling places, Robinson Elementary School, I had more whites to show up to vote in that election than I've had before. They come in doing statewide elections, they come in doing presidential elections, but no one is willing to put a bill in place to get these people that's going from county to county voting because they own property in the county. And I even question which property is their homestead property, because we know that's illegal for you to be claiming 2 residents under homestead. So there are a lot of other things that are happening under the voter fraud that your party is not willing to look into, but you're willing to cause an undetermined number of people their ability to vote just because someone is given gas money to go to nursing home. And I've done it in the past. I've had to go to several nursing homes because they didn't have a person designated to make sure that people got their absentee ballots. Now some have it, but the workers are so busy they don't have time to do it. And even they are getting paid to be able to treat the people in those nursing homes. And if you have other facilities where people have certain forms of handicap, you get paid people, and they're not paying them to earn a living. They get paid for their gas. And most times, if they out there all day trying to make sure people who want to vote get the opportunity to vote, you'll take that away and criminalize that? And there are some people that I know I have helped in my church with the absentee. They don't have no family. Don't have a son or a daughter or a brother or a sister or a husband to help them. So the only people they get to help is sometimes I'll organize the church and say, look here, so because you're taking up your time and gas is so high, let me give you something for your gas. But you'll criminalize that. And I just don't understand why when you look at the history of people's ability to vote and not vote, that we will come up with a bill like this that's got so many gray areas, and no matter what your explanation is, there's still an exception or two to what you're saying. And in this state, the type of voter fraud I see you don't want to work on. But I don't know of any widespread voting fraud intentional. You might find a case here, a case there. But then that case with people going from county to vote, that is rampant. And I see that during every statewide election. I see that during every congressional and presidential election. And that's why I was adamant about explaining that to Congressman Palmer, that when you talk about that, let us work on that than your occasional somebody being paid to use their time to go to help people in the neighborhood that might not have any assistance to getting an absentee ballot application to them. And that's all that they're getting to them. And my experience, especially if they're homebound, once they fill their ballot out and need to mail it, those that are homebound can't even walk to the door and use a clothespin and put it on their mailbox for the mail person to pick it up. They don't even have that ability. So we pay people, if you get a call, you might have to go from one side of town to the other to be able to pick it up and drop it in the mailbox. People have so many different handicaps that normal citizens that could do this are usually retirees that could afford for you to help them with their gas to go and help people get their absentee ballot application, or pick it up and just put it in the mailbox. But they are not casting a ballot forward. Maybe once in every city, every blue moon, you might come across that, but it's been years since any organization that I know of would have people to go and fill out people ballots for them, because we're looking at the federal law too when we do it. But just to put in place and criminalize people just going innocently trying to help people who under most circumstances would not have that opportunity to vote at all. And just because a person has a disability does not mean that their right and somebody else's ability to help them should be criminalized, which you're doing, which is we have so many other things that we need to be paying attention to. But like I said, so many of these bills, we feel as though they are just attacking one group or several groups, all under the minority classification. Because like I said earlier, since I've learned a new term of the legacy people for the United States, and all legacy people, I understand from the new term, are Anglos, people who are of European descent. So I think that it's horrific that any bill that would be put in
And the lady's time has expired.
Give me 2 more minutes.
The chair recognizes a lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I've read the bill and I've been reading it ever since I talked to you about an incident that I have some constitutional officers in Mobile that are concerned. In our jail, there are a number of persons that have not been adjudicated. They could be innocent, but they happen to be in jail. We have, with the agreement of the sheriff, they go and get correctional officers. They're not people in the street. They're not people that we don't know. If that person wants an absentee ballot, they go and get them one. You told me that I would have to get the permission of the probate judge or all those others that you have cited. In the event that they don't give permission, what happens to those folks? That's their constitutional right to vote. And then you have constitutional officers because they know that they're locked up. What happens? I mean, do they just not vote?
Well, it's the responsibility of our election managers to make sure that they get those absentee applications. And
okay,
so,
let's talk about probate court and the election managers. You keep saying that they're the ones who are going to, you go talk to them and they're the ones who are going to do all of this. I know for me, when I ran my election, I went to both of those for different problems. They don't have the staff. They don't do education. See, that's what I'm sitting here. I read this bill, and the more I read it, I got more upset because we keep talking about voter fraud. What about voter education? For all of us, all 105 of us who are elected, we need to educate people to get them to the poll. And I look at this bill, especially on page 2, where you give all of those folks who can assist. The first one I had, are we now making criminals out of folks who want other folks to vote by absentee who can't get to the poll? Take in a rural area. I represent urban. In a rural area, they don't have transportation. They don't have access to the poll to get transportation to get to the poll. So you, I don't know where you represent, but you in that rural area, I've been in Tuskegee. I told Representative Warren, I don't know how they get folks to vote in there because they're so spread out. So what do? Do you sit there and go to the probate judge or the absentee manager and say, it's far in between. I need to get y'all out there to educate folks. There are some probate court judges who don't even send out the little postcards to tell folks it's time to vote. If you as a candidate don't get out there and do some education, it won't happen. Now, so that's one thing. Now, the other thing that I was concerned with was the blood. When you talk about all these exceptions of who can help, how do you measure if this is your aunt, your cousin, or who? Are we now in government going to be doing blood tests to verify that I'm related to Jamie Keel?
well, it's a family member to the second degree.
Okay, how do you measure the family member of the second degree?
Well, we have examples in here, and it's not limited to these, but that would include folks like aunts, uncles, grandparents, grandchild.
But how do you know that that's my aunt, that's my uncle?
Well, it's generally verifiable.
How? Do you want me to bring, we're getting ready for a family reunion in my family. Do you want me to bring our legacy chart for my family reunion? How do you know that that's my aunt, my uncle? How do you measure that?
Well, I think it's generally discoverable who your family members are.
How is that discoverable?
Do you know who your family members are? I know who mine are.
It's not for me to know. I know who I'm asking you, how will you know to prosecute me to say that that is not my family member?
Then they would know who their family members are. The people that...
I know who my family members are. Again, how are you as the government going to know that that person is not my family member?
Well, I think it's identifiable. We identify people.
See, all these
mom,
words
dad.
are coming up. I don't think that's identifiable. I've heard words of fraud, and I've been sitting back there listening intently because I was trying to realize how much fraud that we're having in the state of Alabama. Not the nation. I'm only interested in the state of Alabama, and I can get real particular. I can say Mobile. And I remember that question came up when former Secretary of State John Maryland, he said we have not had any fraud in Alabama. So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, how can we start empowering people like the probate judges, the absentee voting managers, to go and do all of these things when they don't have the resources to do them? We're not doing education. And then I understand where your heart is. I've been listening. Your heart is in corruption and fraud. There's a better way to do that than to disenfranchise all those folks. I got one other that I think is real particular, and it's my heart. Before I became an elected official, I've always been a community organizer, somebody who's always willing to help others. I think that's one of the reasons I got elected, because people knew that I was one who's always willing to assist. I was very fortunate a couple of years ago to get into a sorority that I've been wanting to get into for a long time. One of the things it's the best sorority in the country. One of the missions of my sorority.
I feel like I'm between something here. I'm not sure what it is.
One of the missions of this great sorority is that we're civically involved. During election, we're nonpartisan, but we take to the street and we start helping to educate. If there's registration need, we do that. If there is an absentee ballot, we do that. These are legitimate nonprofits. It's against our mission. We can't do it nationally. We don't go and I'm a Democrat, but I don't go say you got to vote to be a Democrat. We don't take any kind of endorsements. Our thing is educating the voter to get out there to vote, and that includes absentee ballots. So I've got an amendment that I think will cover this 501c, as well as all of the others who are doing work to get people to the poll, to help educate the ones who are out there filling that void that the probate judge and the absentee ballot, they can't be out there educating folks that Jamie Kill is a good candidate, vote for him. But these 501c from the League of Women Voters to my sorority, they are not endorsing anybody. They are simply educating them and helping these folks to vote. They go in marginalized communities, they go in other communities, and they simply want to be civically involved. This is the amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 209 by Representative Drummond.
It replaces line 52 on page 2 with the following.
Wait just a minute. We have not adopted, so we got a committee sub on this bill, correct?
I've already moved to adopt it. I can't accept it.
Okay. I'll wait.
Okay, she's gonna come back. You'll come back.
Okay, yes, okay. He hasn't adopted, so. All right, Mr.
Okay, we're going through procedure and
I want 15 seconds.
no, well, we're going to give you 2 minutes because that's when we had the discussion started. So we had to explain kind of where we're at, what we're doing. So Representative Drummond, you're recognized.
Okay, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
But I want to reiterate, there are groups out there like the League of Women Voters and the greatest sorority that ever walked in the, and these are groups that are nonprofits These are groups that are nonprofits. These are groups that have the interest and the heart of what voting is. And this bill will not allow them to continue to educate and assist those not only in vulnerable populations, but also those that are in majority race populations. And I just say it is going to hurt not only, you're trying to deal with corruption and fraud, know where your heart is, but you're going to hurt people who are out there doing good work in the community. Their dog in the fight is not to be partisan. Their dog in the fight is to educate folks on voting, to make sure everybody who has a desire to vote and those who are not educated, that they have the power to give them to them. And I can't reiterate enough what I talked to you about the jail. I applauded my sheriff when that was going on, because those people have a constitutional right to vote. And this bill is going to prevent the correction officers. It's going to penalize them, criminalize them from voting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I sincerely hope you'll continue the education effort. I hope you'll continue to do that.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stothagen.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a motion in writing. I move for the previous question.
Clerk, receive the motion.
Motion in writing from Representative Stadhagen. Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
That is the previous question. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk lock the machine. Record vote 77 ayes, 28 nays. Previous question has been adopted.
I move we pass the sub.
That is the question. We got 10 minutes on the calendar. First person to speak for the 10 minutes is Representative Cavan Jefferson.
I'm going to take 2 minutes. I've been reduced to 2 minutes. Thank you for the recognition. I'm just going to simply stand here and say, and just give some facts. The first person who spoke on the BRR spoke about the fact that we need to make sure that there's integrity. In 2021, then Attorney General John Merrill spoke to the integrity of Alabama states having the highest out of every state in the union, the highest voter integrity rating in the United States of America, given by the voter authorities in this country, one being the Heritage Foundation, two being the Center, the Concerned Women Foundation, three being USC. A+ rating. The highest election official in the state of Alabama. Less than a total of 35, not even 30 accounts of vote, not even 30 voter fraud, accounts of 30 voter frauds could be found in the state of, not even 30, and I'm just saying 30, could even be found in the state of Alabama. The Concerned Women's Foundation, and these are the most conservative voter foundations in the country. The highest standards in voting in the United States. An A+ rating in voting. Alabama having the highest. But to deprive those who are blind, to deprive those who are deaf and handicapped of the right to vote, I just want to just make that note, and I want to keep my promise, Mr. Speaker, to you, and you've been very kind to me this session, and also to a reporting agency out there who wrote a story on me. I've been speaking about the story of OJ since the song came out in 2018. APT has recorded me several times on that, so it wouldn't have been the first time 2 days ago, yesterday, and it may not be the last. I spoke about it about myself. So when you write a story on me, you need to make sure you get it right, and you need to tell it the right way. 2018, 2019, I've said it and stated it in this chamber multiple times and referenced it in multiple ways, and it has been recorded and properly documented. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
I'm not going to take long. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're doing here. In Alabama, if you pass somebody one blank absentee ballot application, you are a Class D felon. If this bill passes, passing somebody a piece of paper, a blank form, one form for that person to go do whatever they want with it, it doesn't even matter if they don't even vote with it. You are a Class D felon under this bill. Also, if you, under this bill, pay your child or pay your spouse to go get you an absentee ballot application, you are a Class B felon, and the person and your wife is a Class C felon. That's what this bill says. So I don't want you making any mistakes about this. You pass somebody a piece of paper, doesn't matter if you know them or not, you are a Class D felon. If you pay your son to go pick up your absentee ballot application, you are a Class B felon, and your son is a Class C felon. No one in here should be comfortable with that. But so it doesn't take very long to expose how bad this piece of legislation is. So I'm not going to take any more time. Just remind you, passing somebody a piece of paper in Alabama makes you a Class D felon. Paying your son to go get your absentee ballot application, even if he doesn't go get it, all you got to do is request it. You are a Class B felon, and your son's a Class C felon. I want you to ask yourself the question, does that make any sense at all? And if we were actually interested in people participating in the process, why would we criminalize you for passing somebody one sheet of paper? Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't know you were going to call on me. Representative Keel, you know, on the way this morning, I said a prayer. And in my prayer, I prayed for you. And I asked God to reveal to me what's really in your heart as you do this bill. And it's still a little confusing to me because where I'm from, this bill will really devastate many people. The majority of my voters are senior citizens. Many of them don't get around. And really, it has been established. This is a tradition that these people know that somebody is going to make sure that they vote. I have older people calling me, Pebblin, make sure I get my stuff now. I'm depending on you to get me to vote. And it's just a process. And when you do it right, which I always follow the law, I feel as though I've helped that individual, I've helped whoever is running for whatever they're dealing with. So I just feel as though this is really going to hurt a lot of people. I mean, we got to make sure that everybody knows what we're doing here. Because there are going to be plenty of people next year during the election that have no idea that we passed this bill here today. Because I know it's going to be passed. But we got to find ways of ensuring that everybody has a right to vote. I remember back in the 60s, I was 16 years old, and I was knocking on doors, getting people registered to vote. And an incident that I will never forget. I had this man, he couldn't read, he couldn't write. I said, don't you want to register to vote? He said, yes, but I don't read and I don't write. I said, good. The group that we were working with got that man, carried him down to the courthouse. Well, it was the city at the time. And I told the lady, like I said, I was 16. I couldn't even vote myself. I said, this man wants to register to vote. And she said, oh, he can't read, he can't write. I said, that's why I'm here with him today, to help him. And do you know what? That man was registered by marking an X on his application. And I signed his name. So it's just, there are so many instances now that people, good people who want to vote, are going to be hampered, and you're going to really scare people. People are going to be scared now because they think that they can be charged a felony. So I will end by saying, let's continue to pray that whatever we do, it's God's will and it's to help his people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Question for the adoption body is the adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote, 77 ayes, 28 nays. The sub has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 209. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 76 ayes, 28 nays, 1 abstention. HB 209 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call next bill on special order calendar.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 356 with substitute by Representative Halsey relating to law enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, HB 356 addresses the subject of law enforcement training, and it only deals with sensory training for officers dealing with individuals with sensory needs or invisible disabilities. It simply will require that each law enforcement officer certified by APOST will complete 1 hour of training on interacting with individuals with sensory needs or invisible disabilities every other year. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy. First person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lovely Lady Yu.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I just figured that I'll learn a little bit more about your bill since I didn't get a chance to learn more about the previous bill, because I can't think of a time that we was clotured so fast and so early on something so important. And, you know, when we talk about things that impact all citizens in the state of Alabama over the age of 18 that have a fundamental right to just get shut down and shut out so quickly was very surprising to me. I've seen us, we all represent people. Each one of us, represent just about the same number of people. And when my people send me up here, they send me to come to work for them, not to sit on the sidelines or to be shut down or shut out and not have a voice and express the concerns that I have for them. And I thought it was kind of premature to pull the trigger so fast, even though I guess people can do what they want to do when they're in a super majority. But, it's not going to always be the case. It's not going to always be the case. And I think being in a respectful body, I think we just deserve to have the opportunity to have conversation. So I guess we'll start having conversation here. If you can, I keep hearing, even in caucus meeting yesterday, that this was a really good bill that, we should support. So if you will, can you tell me a little bit about your bill and why we should support your bill? I noticed that part of it is dealing with people with certain disabilities, and which was a high-pointing topic during the last debate about the last bill where we was talking about people with disabilities. I wanted to know what's the process for people in nursing homes, and it was so many different things that I think was not answered during that last exchange. And it just so happened we're talking about disabilities again here. Just was pretty fast. I mean, I've been here, this is my 4th term, and I've served with 1, 2, 3, 4 rules chair and 3 speakers. I just hadn't seen the trigger pull this quick, unless it was real late, 10 o'clock at night, sunny day, final day of session. You gotta shut it down to get on to something else real quick before the time runs out. But the time is not running out. Where are we trying to go? Where are we trying to go that we feel like we need to be out for work by lunchtime? Where in the world are we trying to go so quick that we can't have conversations about something of this level of importance? This morning I talked about we've had more bills passed this year than I could ever remember, 105-0. But the one day that we have a bill that's totally dividing the body, we just run over each other. No, not run over each other. Y'all run over us. The one day that we have a situation where we don't agree, but we deserve to have our voices heard. But that's not important. And I just don't quite understand why. How long did it take for you to get here when you drive from home?
Well, Representative Moore would tell you I get here way faster than I should because I drive too fast, but about an hour, 15 minutes.
About an hour and 15. It take me about 2 hours and 15. And that's going and coming. And my people want to hear, they want their voices heard. Think about this. The amendment, the way the process happens with amendments is we could have amended the substitute, but you can't add an amendment to the substitute until the substitute is adopted. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Sir.
So by cloturing, what basically happened was we cleared the board, accepted the substitute, took away any opportunity for an amendment to the substitute to come on. It took away the opportunity for an amendment. Just totally took that away. That ain't right. That ain't right. At least a person should have the opportunity to present the amendment, explain their amendment, and allow for an opportunity for an up or down vote. But it just didn't happen. It was not important. what we thought or what we had to say. I went to sleep early last night because I was planning on being here to have this conversation, but we don't get to have it. I was hoping the gentleman before you had his tennis shoes on because he should have been up here a lot longer than he was today. But it just didn't happen. And it's not a fair process. But maybe some people are not concerned about a fair process because maybe they think that they're going to be in total control all the time. And it's just not the case. And hopefully some of us are young enough to be around when it changed, so we can see how it is. But let's talk about this great bill that I've heard so much about that I'm sure will get us back on the 105-0 pattern that we were on before what happened this morning. So talk to me a little bit. Tell me about your bill.
So basically, this bill, as I mentioned previously, just deals with law enforcement and sensory training. So essentially, we have a community at this point of 1 in 4 individuals having an invisible disability. That list is pretty expansive. It includes a lot of things: autism spectrum disorder, PTSD, dementia, diabetes, strokes. There's a whole list of things that fall under that category. What this training does is it teaches and prepares officers to be able to recognize either symptoms or behaviors that might give them a clue that there's something going on. Mm-hmm. And if they use the de-escalation techniques taught in this training, it can keep things moving forward in a very positive manner for both the law enforcement and the citizens that they serve and protect. That is its sole intent.
Okay. And that's really good. We call it complicit bias training, where we like for law enforcement to get training on also dealing with African Americans in traffic stops. We think that's very, very important. We were fortunate, that Governor Ivey supported that, and she wanted to see APOS present this type of training so people can understand better how to deal with different people that's not like them. So I look at this as a good bill as far as people with disabilities, but I also look at it as a good bill for an opportunity for people to say, you know what, this person is not quite like me. I can maybe understand a little bit about them, their community, where they're from and where they may be coming from, and maybe be able to de-escalate some of the situations at hand. So I think this is a very good, I'll say that comment for another time. It was something I just thought about that was kind of dealing with divisive concepts, where people sometimes just don't quite understand where people are coming from. And I think it's okay for educators to understand about students from different communities so they can better relate to those students and give those students an opportunity to be successful. It's not a one-size-fits-all model in education as well as in law enforcement. And I think this is a great step in the right direction, but maybe we need to be more well-rounded across the board and not just here. But I guess that'll be a conversation for the divisive concepts.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
You're recognized as a gentleman from Shelby, Representative Ellis.
Your questions.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative, it's been a pleasure talking to you about the bill. I appreciate the bill. I appreciate you being not just a colleague, but part of our delegation. You're a strong member of it, and I appreciate the work you've done in this bill, and I look forward to supporting it and supporting you. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
You recognize the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell. While Representative McCampbell's on his way down here, would like to recognize in the gallery Vestavia Hills Elementary. Are they here? Okay. And Angela Shepard with East Alabama Republican Women's. Guest to Representative Wood and Lover. Thank y'all for being with us today. Representative McCampbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the general lady yield?
Yes, sir.
You know, I've been here now quite a while. And I'm one of these people that take time every morning to talk to my God and ask him to walk with me through each and every day. And you know, I heard Representative Woods, who prayed a mighty prayer this morning. And he prayed that God would give us discernment, that he would give us the will to do his will. But there was one thing that he failed to ask God and pray for in his prayer. And that was, he failed to ask God to give us the courage to do the right thing. He failed to ask him to give us the courage. And I think that's what we are failing to have here in this body. Anytime we are looking at a party line vote, we are failing to have courage enough to do the right thing, regardless of which party is not doing the right thing. What your bill deals with training, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
For law enforcement, so that people that are challenged by different illnesses or situations or life situations, their challenges can be understood. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And these are challenges that are readily identifiable if you would take the time and learn about them. Am I correct?
You are, sir.
You know, I heard it the other day. I would challenge each and every one of my Caucasian colleagues to think about what it would be like to walk in my skin for just one day. We talk about the challenges of life that those that may have these disabilities are walking through. But we never think about the challenges of life that people we see every day may have to walk through. We just go along and think it's okay to just go along so we get along. That courage I talked about, us summoning, would have said, we need to really take time and hear what's being said in this. But we don't have time to take time and try to do the best job we can for the people of the state of Alabama. We are too busy and don't have the courage to say, we need to slow down and listen, because there are things that go on in lives of people that none of us will ever understand. There are things and challenges that these kids or these adults even have that none of us can understand. But we are doing something now to try and help law enforcement not have a hair trigger when it comes to dealing with them. These are the problems that our society are facing, but nobody is willing to hear it. You know, there's a word that gives me a whole lot of heartburn. You know what that word is?
No, sir.
That word is AGAN. A-G-A-I-N. Why does that give me heartburn?
Why don't you let me know?
I will let you know. That word is a word of historical context. Anytime you using the word again, it's taking you back. Why do you think I brought this down here?
Are you going to share it?
I don't mind sharing it.
I don't know, but I look forward to hearing why.
I want you to tell me how many beans in there.
476.
You know what? You know what? That could be the right answer, but it also could be the wrong answer. You know, the difference is this. I decide how many beans in there, and it didn't matter what you told me. It did not matter what you told me. Back in 1955, my daddy, who was a graduate, an educator, because of literacy, he was asked to tell how many beans was in a jar before he could vote. But he needed not even try to answer that, because the answer was not in being right. The answer was whether or not someone that was white was willing to allow him to vote. The answer was also this: whether a white man would come and vouch for him as a person that was able to vote. That's why I talk about, we in here talking about the disabilities of young people, and I agree. We need to have some education about those disabilities. But we need to have education within this body about the reality of walking in the skin of each other. Understanding what steps we have to take and what landmines we have to avoid. You know, when we say we want to do the right thing, do we really want to do the right thing? Or are we just concerned about doing those things that are expedient based on a party line idea? My prayer right now is that we will really take an inventory of our own hearts, each one of us in here, and start trying to figure out how can we make real decisions, not based on party lines, but based on what is really right in the eyes of God. That word again, it frightens me, because on the path we are on right now, somebody that looks like me may have to tell you how many beans are in this jar. And it ain't gonna matter what they say, because it's gonna be you who will determine whether they are right or wrong. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Walker, Representative Woods. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holtze, how are you doing today?
Good, you?
Appreciate you bringing this bill. I just wanted to make clear to the body, my esteemed colleague, Representative McCampbell, may have misquoted. I did mention courage in my prayer. I did pray for the courage to do what is right in God's sight, and we all have the opportunity to come here and stand up for what we believe that is. And so I appreciate you bringing this bill. I hope it passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court of votes, 105 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a sub to this bill. The committee sub only did two things. First, it changed the training from annually to every 2 years. And then the second thing that it did is instead of the training being a part of the continuing ed curriculum, it's standalone training. That's all the sub does. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of the committee sub, HB 356.
We heard the explanation of the committee sub. The lights are on. Y'all want to talk on the sub or the bill? Sub. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile. Lady, let me rephrase that. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the young lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about your bill, and I think Representative Bracy cited it because it's a good bill. But I think it's not your bill, and you know that, right? I think what you're seeing today is that voices are being taken away. And that is what is troubling, because you have a good piece of legislation. I know if you're like me, I don't think I've ever agreed with Representative Rogers, but when he came up at the beginning and wanted to take, he said the good bill, it's truly a good bill. But you know, sometimes bad overshadows the good. And that's what we've seen here today. The previous bill was not good. It was taking away voices. You're trying to train people to deal with those that we serve. And I think that's admirable because we oftentimes as elected officials, I know me, I tell people all the time, I have a servant heart. I think I was born that way. I'm always wanting to help people in whatever area. And I am one of those folks that try to yoke myself with organizations that have the same servant heart as I do, because I serve a master who says I can't have anything else. And that's why I stood up today, because I am a person, I serve people who are very vulnerable. And that's why we all need to be trained and educated to serve those who are the least in our state. When we took our constitutional oath, we vowed to do that, no matter what party they were in, no matter what their gender, no matter what their race is. We vowed to do that because we all have servant hearts. We may not always agree, as we talked about on yesterday. At the end of the day, we still have commonalities, that we're here to serve the people of Alabama. You and I talked, and you told me about your city council roots. And I told you I also have roots, and sometimes I think people think that I'm very old. I'm not. But that you have roots. I have roots in county government, city government. And when I got to Montgomery, I know when I used to sit in those other jobs locally, I used to say, why can't we do this? Why can't they hear people's voices? And now that I sit in Montgomery, I see why, because we have forgotten about the people who sent us here. We've become so entrenched in parties, and that's on both sides. But what you're seeing on your bill today, that I think it's a good bill, as Representative Bracy and others have said, but what has happened here today, the voices of folks and the servant heart of people who want to help people, they're not out to do any fraud or corruption. Train them, just like your bill is talking about. Train them and educate them to do the very best job that they can do for the people of Alabama. That's why we were sent here. We were sent here to serve. and to give to those that are less fortunate. I tell folks all the time, I deal more with poor people because I know that one day, for my culture and my background, there were folks who didn't even know how to spell that word, but yet they had a desire to vote their interests. I had a time where folks who died because they wanted the generations that were coming up behind them to have that right. They were not trying to commit fraud. They were doing what a servant heart wants to do to make their communities better for their children, their grandchildren. So I stand today just to say, you've got a good bill, but please know it's not about you or me. It's about the servant heart that you have and those folks that we serve every day, that we stand up and see. I'm a person who loves education. If you ever hear me fussing about something, I tell everybody, I think education is the thread that will empower our community to be better for tomorrow. And so anytime that you can go and train people to serve people better, that's what we need to do. I'm not one of these conspiracy people who think that there's something behind every bush and everybody's committing fraud. I see the good in people because I, like so many others, I've given countless hours of my time to make sure that folks vote, folks that are educated. I don't tell them who to vote for. I just want you to vote. And that's the way I've always been. And I want them to be educated. I want them to be educated enough to make the best decision for their future and their grandchildren. Again, I say thank you for your bill.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with the gentle lady yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I thought I was gonna never make it down here, baby. Oh, I want to come and talk to the rules chairman for the first time. I told him when he came over there, I really wanted to have a conversation with him. I missed that. I missed the last bill, kill. I thought I wanted him. I looked down, I asked if he had on his tennis shoes. I thought we was gonna rock this thing out for a little while. But then I started replaying in my head the time. I kept thinking about what the rules chairman kept saying. We'll be finished by 11 o'clock. I think this is a good bill, and we'll be finished by 11 o'clock. We'll be finished by 11 o'clock. And then it sat with me when 11:23 got here, and I was like, oh. When I saw the motion come, I was like, there's the time. There's the time. The time kept coming to us, but we just didn't actually hear it. And I love your bill because you came into our committee with your bill. So again, this has nothing to do with your bill, because I think what you're doing is wonderful, especially being the voice for people who actually need help, right? They need someone to understand. I ran my whole campaign on being the people voice, being the voice of my community. Whatever it may look like, I'm your voice. Tell me what you want me to say, and I'm gonna come to this well, and I'm gonna try my best to say it professionally without, stepping on a couple toes. Sometimes we have to step on some toes. Our toes got ran over today. Not our toes, our feet got straight ran over.
Let's stick to the amendment.
Stick to the amendment. Okay. I just got down here now for the first time. Okay. Tell me about your amendment, ma'am.
Well, right now we're on the sub.
On the sub. We're on the sub. Tell me about your sub, ma'am.
All right, so the sub does two things. It first changes the training from every year to every other year. And then secondly, instead of it being included in their continuing ed hours, it adds it as an additional required training every other year.
Okay, so every other year, we're gonna actually go and they're gonna, because I was asking why it couldn't be every year, or did it include the parents or the people who actually, you know, help them every day? Would the training actually include them also, right? And you was like, no, we just not getting started. It's a first step, a first time for everything. And being able to build that trust. You know, trust is a big thing, especially when we dealing with law enforcement or any kind of enforcement, right? So we got to make sure that people, when we're talking about certain things, that we are able to trust the people that's enforcing certain things, regardless if it's law enforcement. You know, sometimes we don't trust people that's in certain positions. So we have to learn how to build that trust. Trust comes with what? Respect. So we have to build that respect across the board also. And that comes with any situation. You have to have it. I respect you as far as when I first met you. I was like, she's a little happy lady. And when you came out on the field, I was like, you representing for the women of the house, just like you representing for the people inside your district. You being their voice to understand what it is that's taking place with the people who need their help, right? So that's the same way with me. I want to be able to be the voice of the people inside my community. I want to be able to be that voice, just like you being the voice for your community and for the people, not just for your community, because your bill actually fit the voice across the state of Alabama. So a lot of us want to be that voice for our community also, and being able to have trust and respect, right? So again, I want to thank you for thinking of those who we always come down and say, the least of these, right?
Yes,
if
ma'am.
you did it unto them, you did it unto me, the least of these. We use that a lot, right? And sometimes I think that flies over our head when we say, Christ said that if you did it unto thee, to the least of these, you have done it unto me. So you thinking of the least of these. Sometimes the least of these don't get thought about when it come down to certain things, right? Sometimes when the least of these are on the battlefield trying to get something done, the least of these get cut out. And I said I was not gonna, actually bring up the least of these, but you are representing in your sub, in your bill, the least of these, right? And on top of that, I said, I was gonna go with, Christ said, if get away from me, because I never knew you, right? So I don't want to get to the point where I'm representing people and I'm coming and I'm talking about your bill and, we handling and dealing with those who don't rightfully have a voice, and you stepping up to the plate, being their voice, and understanding that at some point in time, when we go and we stand for that day, the things that we do in these seats, we cannot get a judgment, a vote as a whole, but as an individual, one person, as an individual. And when we get that, when we go before and we get that one judgment, it's not gonna be for a whole group. He's not gonna ask you no questions about the whole group. The only thing is he gonna do is ask you about what it is that you did to serve the people that you were elected to serve, right? Because this is a calling. This is a calling. So he's gonna ask those questions. And when those questions come out, it's not based on whomever else was there, whomever else was standing behind, or whomever else had these questions to go along with it. But it's going to be about what it is that you did as an individual to serve in the seat that you're in. And that's something that you're doing when you're looking out for the least of these. So I really appreciate it. And we don't want to get to those gates and he say, get away from me because I never knew you, right? That's not something that we want to do.
Absolutely.
So from here, I'm saying to you, again, thank you for thinking of the least of these. Thank you for being people's voice. Thank you for being able to stand up here and endure until the time comes along that we can't endure no more. Thank you for being such a great seatmate and always thinking about the welfare of others with this bill, with this bill. So again, thank you for bringing the legislation.
Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, Representative Halsey. Is it still morning? Afternoon, isn't it?
12:11.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions. One is that this the bill and the substitute provide for 1 hour of training. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I think the substitute provides that the training will be, instead of every year, every other year.
Yes, ma'am.
So is an hour, as I sat back there thinking about this, is an hour sufficient?
So there's a couple things I think to think about with that. We do currently in CIT training, there is additional stuff that they're getting when they go through the academy. This essentially, I can't quote these studies exactly, and I can't produce them for you right now, but there are studies that have shown that when you sit in front of training for hours on end, your retention rate decreases significantly.
Kind of like sitting in the House chamber, isn't it?
Right. So as you keep that condensed and very concise, it makes it more effective in terms of keeping that retention with them as they continue to try to use that and move forward with it. In committee, it was brought up every other year, every year. I'm okay. I would have been okay with every year or every other year. What I do kind of like about this is that a lot of the disabilities that are included and covered under this, we continue to learn more about how to be able to see, identify, recognize additional types of symptoms or behaviors. And then we also continue to grow in our ability to learn how to de-escalate with more effective techniques. There has to be time for that to occur in order to implement it. And that's why I was really okay with every other year, because it gives you a little bit more time to continue as we research all of these things, really quantify data, and then make sure that we make the changes to that training that's necessary.
So would you be amenable to an amendment that said 2 hours of training shall be offered every other year?
So I don't think it's unreasonable. The way that this bill is written, it's to be done through a nonprofit organization, and it's done at no cost. That is really what the training that exists right now is. It's all an hour long. There aren't modules right now that have specific law enforcement or first responder training that's beyond that 1 hour. So I would be fine with it, but it doesn't currently exist.
I think it's a good bill. I applaud you for bringing this legislation. I think what we're going to find is that there's going to be a need for a longer period of training, 2 hours, maybe even a half a day of training, but we'll take this a step at a time. I do want to say that when I saw the word nonprofit in the bill, it made me think about the League of Women Voters. It made me think about Faith in Action, the NAACP, and all the other nonprofit organizations that are out there doing good works, you know, in the fields. And we this morning as a House voted to prohibit them from doing that. And I just think that it's shameful that we've done that. Like the nonprofit or nonprofits that we'll be calling on to provide the sensory training, these people also they're good Samaritans. They do good work. And I think that we're going to miss having them assist our voters with applying for absentee ballots and for completing their absentee ballots. The bill says that the Secretary of State's office and the absentee election managers can take up the slack, but I just don't see that happening. I think that in short time, we're going to regret the vote we took on 209 today. But I thank you for the sensitivity that you have shown in introducing this legislation. I only wish this entire body had shown more sensitivity to our seniors and to our disabled, but be that as it may, I think it's a sad day in this House and a sad day in the state that we passed HB 209. But thank you for your sensitivity and for bringing this legislation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I want to commend the General Lankton. I don't know if I can say gentle. Did you vote to invoke cloture?
What? Huh?
To cut off debate?
I can't hear in here, Speaker.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing how things work up here. You know, I just, and that bill is such a wonderful bill.
Thank you.
Because you have such a compassion for the least of these, and that's what we was trying to do. Show our love and compassion for those who need it the most. And this bill does that, and it has the officers who have at least an hour. And I told you in the committee, an hour is not going to be enough, but we have to begin somewhere. And so this is a great beginning. But you know, I just to do what happened on the last bill is just it's troubling. And we already on the minority side, but you know the super majority just take advantage of all these things. And I believe what's going to take place in the future. We're going to see a devastation in this nation of how the people that's been oppressed is going to rise up against the oppressor. And that's going to take place. We don't have to oppress those persons. We want to empower them to, like you're doing, like this bill is doing. It's happening. The sensitivity of those who have motor disabilities and emotional disabilities, to have some compassion when the officer comes, that he will know not to pull his gun, but to try to communicate. As you said, you're trying to de-escalate this situation. So that's what we needed here today, for you to come to help de-escalate. Help us out, because these things are going to take place, but somebody have to have a cool head, you know. Somebody has to be the grown-up in the room. And what I've been seeing lately is that a lot of children out here following the lead of somebody that what they told to do, rather than doing what they know is right to do. How do you deal with yourself when you know that in your heart it's right, and then you turn around and do the opposite of that to hurt? Talk to me about that. Since you have that, since we have a good relationship, you're more than just on the other side. We got a relationship, and I appreciate that. So tell me what it's like for you when you're told you got to vote this way. In your heart of hearts, you know it's not the best thing to do.
I was not personally told how to vote. I was not. I cannot, in good conscience, ever sit down somewhere and vote for something that I can't agree with. I may not like it in its full scope. It's kind of like this bill. When I first presented it, I really didn't, it wasn't what I wanted. It was what conversation led to. And then, of course, we were able to work to change those things. But I'm not going to sit at my station and do something that I believe would make the Lord mad at me. I have no desire to upset him. I'm just being honest. I'm not. You know, I think you have a great heart, and I think you have kind of figured out that I have a good heart.
That's why we're conversating. That's why
it's exactly what I always
Why
do.
couldn't we use that good language to share with your good caucus friends that hey, this is on the wrong road. We're gonna feel the repercussions of what's we're doing here. There's gonna be some collateral damage, and the consequences are gonna be felt because we are taking that opportunity away from so many. You know, I want to say that, you know, there's about 300,000 people in this state that need medical care. But we want to invest $400 million in prisons instead of investing money in the health care of our citizens. So there's something wrong with that picture. But we're here and we are trying to do what we know is right to do. And you know that I know that righteousness is going to prevail. I don't care how wrong we be on over here, but the righteous is going to prevail.
Amen.
And so we're going to have to face him one day, and you have to give an account. See, that's what we don't understand. Accountability is coming. Every vote we make here to hurt someone, we got to stand before the master and say, why you do this? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. I still want to bring out that good teaching on Sunday. see, but the speaker even know I'm right on this one. But see, this is so when you have to go and look in the mirror and then have that one-on-one encounter with the Lord. How you deal with that? I don't understand how you can do wrong and turn around and think that everything's all right. You know, there was a songwriter once back in the day of R&B. You probably don't know anything about it. He was talking about a woman that 11 years wrong. I don't want to be right. So he was so love. So if we want to do what's right, you know, we got to love right to do right.
We do.
In your heart of hearts, you got to be there. So I'm going to follow the lead of my leader. I'm not going to filibuster, but I'm going to. I support this bill, and I felt your compassion when you presented to us in committee on last week. And the people that's going to benefit from this bill is going to applaud you for what you've done. But we was trying to get the applause of so many more that need the same attention that you're giving these people on this bill that we were trying to do for others. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentle lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now, you know how I feel about you.
I do.
You know, you're my girl, and you and I talked about this bill on yesterday, and I told you from the beginning that I do like your bill. And on the amendment, it's changing the training from annually to 2 years.
Yeah, and I do just want to be clear, sub.
Okay.
We're on that sub. It just changes it from annual training to every other year.
Why not annually?
So there is a lot of data that we continue to get as we research and study different disabilities, disorders, and quantifying that data, being able to take that and then effectively modify that training can take some time. And it's really why I was okay with every other year.
I was just curious about that because, you know, anything where it has educating and training, I'm all for. And I just think that we need to have as much training as we can have. You know, sometimes we have bills that come out that's clear, okay? And what I mean by clear is when you have something clear, you can see through it, right? You can see through that's something that's clear. And when you can see through anything that's clear, which means it does not have color, it does not have age, it does not have gender, and it does not have party. You know, it's just clear. And when you have something like that, which means that it will affect everybody, not just a certain person, everybody. And I sometimes I think about at your church, do y'all have the sick and shed-in list?
We have the what?
We call it the sick Baptist folks. Sometimes call it the sick and shed-in list. And that's when and then we have one here at the State House where they praying for people that do not feel good. And it's the sick and we call it the sick and shed-in list. That shed-in comes from that they cannot leave because of some type of illness. Hallelujah. And so, but when you stuck in and you shut in, then sometimes, you know, we go by and we may have to give them training, you know, we may have to help them do certain things because they're not able to do it themselves. And I know your heart. And I know that you will go out there and help someone if they need you. You know, because you have a good heart, and I know that. But whenever we help someone, we don't want to be penalized for it. You know, that's not a good thing. We don't want to be penalized for it. And I do appreciate your courage. I've seen your courage, you know, and I know that you're a tough cookie. I do know that's one of the things that I like about you. And you're going to say what's on your mind, you know, and I just hope that you continue to have that same personality and not let anyone take away your courage and what's the right thing to do. Are you active in your church?
Yes, ma'am.
What's some of the things that y'all do in y'all church to help others?
So I attend.
Do y'all do training?
Yeah, we do a lot. So I attend Church of the Highlands.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm biased, so I would just be like, they're the best at outreach. But we do a lot. They actually have a great community health center that is completely free for individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Is fully funded by that church, by our church through tithing. We do Saturday serve every single Saturday, or the first Saturday of every month. I'm so sorry. We have a big group one in July. Go out and take care of shut-ins. We take care of individuals that need help in their schools. We do all kinds of serve projects through our church.
That sounds a lot like my church. I'm a member of God and Light Church.
Okay.
And we do a lot of things like that. But when we help elderly, our children, and the grandmothers, grandfathers, as I say, the sick and shed-in, they came from the Baptist church where I used to go. And I would hate for me or you to be in any kind of trouble when we helping people and our heart is there. Do you agree?
I understand.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. So I just wanted to, you know, put that out there that whenever you're looking through something clear, you see right through it. You know, it doesn't have an age, it doesn't have color, it does not have a gender, it does not have a party, you know, but when you have those clear bills to come out, it affects everybody. Everybody. Because everybody got someone in their family that's sick. Everyone has somebody in their family that's disabled, and you may have somebody in your family that's blind. So those people that's in your family, what if you can't get to them to help them? You're going to call somebody else to go help them, right? The next person you know, it may be your next door neighbor. I had a neighbor next to me was, both of them, it was a well-known pastor, and he and his wife died like 2 or 3 months after one another. But whenever something happened, his daughter, who's a judge, if she could not get to them, she would call me. So me going over to make sure that they're okay or to make sure they have food sometime, I would hate to be penalized for that. So, we want to, make sure that the decisions that we make, that we're careful on those decisions, because sometimes the decisions come back and bite everybody on the butt. True facts. And then, so just keep in mind, and I think that this is 2023. 2023. And it's a shame that we have to get up here on your bill because to use our voice or to be able to not suppress anything, and that, I'm not angry, but you know what? It saddens me. It saddens me, and it really breaks my heart. It really do, because I look at people as being people regardless to who they are, but what we have to look at is that it's not going to just affect one, it's going to affect all. And there's other bills that has been passed through here that has affect, it may have been target others, but it really affected the people that brought it out, so we just have to be careful on what we agree on, what we pass. And again, I just want to thank you for your bill. And I want you to always use your voice. And what I do know you have, Representative Lee, I want you to continue to have that courage that you do, because you small, but you got a bite, and I want you to keep that bite. And then sometimes when we in places are doing things, we have to stand on our own. And it's hard sometimes, but it's okay. We have to stand on what we believe in. Sometimes we can't follow everybody. I'm not going to, if I don't believe in it, I don't care who it is. I'm going to do what's in my heart and do what I feel and do what I know that's right. So I just want to again, thank you. And you got my full support on your bill.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I'm really. What now?
First, Mr. Speaker, I got two points that are unclear. First of all, we got a right to talk 20 minutes on this and 20 on this and 20 minutes on real bill, right? According to the rule. But I want to call for a quorum check. If I got to stay here, everybody can come in and hear me talk. I'll call for a quorum check, Mr. Speaker. I want a quorum check, count them. We might be able to adjourn right now. Well, I know we might be able to adjourn right now. Well, let them run down the hall. Hey, you counting the hall too? Okay. The item about the whole thing is that, well, I really support your bill. But the idea of the fact that these people might need some help getting to the polls. Now, if they got a problem,
They also might need help when they go to the polling place to get the vote right on the vote, right? We agree with that? But I can remember the time this never happened before. We stay all night to help folks learn how to vote, learn how to talk about a bill, how to go to the polls and vote. Because they need assistance. Because they had a little handicap. Well, we decided all of a sudden to cut all that off. Now, I don't understand why, when I can remember the time when we stayed all night to discuss a bill of this nature because it's so good. We stayed all night to hear how good this bill was about how you can help folks with who have a disability be understood by the law enforcement. So everybody want to talk about it. Now all of a sudden we can't talk about it because people want to hurry up and get it over with. Now there might be some, I'm making it germane to your bill. Now speaking of right, you got to make it germane. If a person got a disability, they need some help, right? So therefore, I don't need some help. So therefore, if they need help, sometimes, we had to help them out more we want to help them or not. The irony of the whole thing is that if I go to the polls and vote, I got this ability, I may need help also. They may need help also. So therefore, a person who has the same thing in the police department, they need your help already. We know they need help. But we're going to cut help out all the way around. And it hurts me to see us get to the point where some motion happens so often it become routine. Like if you got a problem with learning disorder and the police stop it, that's become routine to them. Routine to do things to you. All right, we make rule changes in this house, not rule changes, but we do things in the house so regular that it's now routine to do it. But it's not routine because of the fact that I represent the same amount of folks as everybody else. But I don't have the right now to discuss a bill that I think is kind of skewed a little bit. I have a right now that just like those people who are handicapped can go to jail if people don't understand they got a handicap because they get excited sometimes when the officers stop them, they get excited, right? So this will make it the same way in this house. All right, when the police stop a person who has might have a learning disorder, might be something like that, we talk to them, they can't understand what he's saying. So they get a little frustrated. They start making little motions. And what your bill would do is train the officers how to recognize them. We need training in this House of Legislators right here. We ought to have the same kind of training so we won't start evoking cloture. Evidently, you're handicapping us like you other people are handicapped because we can't represent all our folks. So then we're handicapped ourselves now all of a sudden, so we need some help ourselves because we're handicapped here. Just like that person in the police stop who has a learning disorder, we have a learning disorder ourselves because we can't do our job here in this house. So I'm creating it too. We got a right to have our voices heard. Now, how many folks you represent in your district?
Over 45,000.
Everybody represents. I mean, Faulkner got over 45,000 here. Maybe have a little bit more. 50,000. And some of those folks might have a problem with the law enforcement. They need training. So we need training in this house ourselves, so we don't keep running over folks. Same kind of thing. We want the police to have respect for the people who have a handicap, who have a some kind of slow learning. We got to have the same kind of training in our House of Representatives, so we won't get ran over. So now we're handicapped also. So we need to call some law enforcement and learn how to teach us how to be more respectful to people in my district. Now all of a sudden, you made me handicapped. Now I might have a disorder myself. I need to ever dealing with. I'm handicapped now because I can't represent my folks. So now we need to find some law enforcement officers to help us out here with our handicap. Let's think about it. It's the same thing. Now you handicapping us like the other people handicapped with the police. We need the police officers here to help us out on our handicap. Because right now, I can't represent my people in my district because I'm handicapped. Just like these folks here. You mentioned in your bill. So now handicap is handicap, right? If you're gonna tie my hands behind my back and tie both of my feet so that I run the 100-yard dash with everybody else. I can't make it. I can't run the 100-yard dash. So I'm handicapped. Just like you talk about these people who's learning disorder, they have some problem. We got one right here in this house. So maybe we need to find some kind of way to educate our own folks about our own shortcomings. Now, I don't think it's fair to not let me represent handicap my folks like you got 56. I got 56,000. You got 56. Why can't I express my folks my concern about how they handicapped and can't get to the polls and vote? Just like we ought to have a chance to take our folks and learn how to do this. If you're handicapped, I don't care how they're handicapped. You gotta learn it. We gotta learn this order. We got one right here. Maybe if we call the police department to help us out. Or somebody teach us how to do our own thing right in this house. Now, the reason I'm saying this because I don't have no candy jar to count the jelly bean. But if you handicap me from voting or handicap me because I have a problem with the police stopping me, it's the same thing. Handicap is handicap. Learn. We got to learn this order right here in this house right now. Because I remember the time we would help everybody. If somebody got a problem with a certain issue or bill, we would discuss it all night if necessary. We would stay here till early in the morning, try to help somebody with a learning disorder in this house. So we got to learn this order right here in this house. So therefore, we need to find a register to register all of us on it so they know who got a problem in the house. And maybe find some way to get some law enforcement officers to come in this house and help us start realizing everybody got a right to represent their folk. We represent the same number of folk. You got about 56,000, I got about 50, 84,000, I don't know. But I got the right to defend, fight for my folks, like everybody else. I think it's a shame. Now, by all rights, whoever got the closure motive, I'm going to get it because we're going to be here.
And the gentleman's time has expired. I'd like to recognize Vestavia West Elementary, 4th grade from Vestavia Hills, teacher Caroline Adams. The guests are Faulkner, Shaw, and Carnes. We thank them for being with us today.
I'll take that.
The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you.
Hello, Representative Holston. How are you today?
Great, sweetheart. You?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. Other than the fact, we were a little challenged today. And so you just get to share in this challenge that we're being faced with. But your spirit you still exude that same positive spirit. So thank you for that. So I do have a question for you, though, under your bill. Are you familiar with, or do you know if in the public safety or ALEA, that an individual that may qualify in these different areas that you talked about in getting their driver's license, that they can be identified on their driver's license?
I'm going to be honest, I cannot hear you.
I know it's loud. Hello, somebody?
Mr. Speaker.
She's having difficulty hearing.
I can't hear her.
And I'm loud. So my question was, as with this bill, with the challenges that you talked about individuals may have that this bill is about, do you know if these individuals that are driving, if it's identified on their license, such as a person that has autism or things like that, that you don't visibly see?
No, ma'am, it does not address that. I do believe there's someone working on legislation like that in the House, though.
Okay, all right. So, and I think from what I read and what I understand, that those different positions or those different types of identifications are to be medically verified.
Are to be medically verified?
Right. That they have to, in order for it to show up on their license, it has to be medically verified.
I can't speak to what it says in that specific piece because I haven't seen it in its completed form yet.
Okay, so, and so the ones that some of the disorders, what are you thinking about when you think of the different disorders that they should be looking for?
So usually your most prominent would be stroke, diabetes, PTSD, autism spectrum disorder, and dementia.
So it could, just based on my limited knowledge, you could also have an individual that has multiple sclerosis. That could be one.
It could. The list is actually really long.
It is, right. Anything that's neurological.
Anything that's neurological.
Right, okay. And sometimes even things that may affect them cognitively.
It can be emotionally, cognitively, neurological.
So, and I to say that, I'm saying would, and I raise all of those different areas in terms of the training. Does 1 hour training, we've included something at some point, I remember mental health as part of it, the training. Do you think that the number of hours that you require, and I know Aaliyah doesn't like to have anything added. Based on my experience working with them, it's a challenge many times when you want to add something else. Do you think that an hour a year is going to be enough training when we have all of these different areas of issues that may qualify for the work that they would do?
So I would probably just go back to when they put the module together and they were designing this program and this training. Essentially, they looked at a lot of different things, brought in medical professionals, law enforcement individuals, psychologists, psychiatrists, worked to figure out what's the most effective way to get the training out, make sure it's comprehensive, but it's also easily retained. And that part right there is what kept it at about an hour.
Okay.
Aaliyah has actually currently done this training by choice, and they love this training. And I know that they have worked with them from the time they started their training to even add some additional things that would help. Mm-hmm. And the nonprofit has made those accommodations and changes as well. So I think you'll see that they're a very collaborative group of individuals open to making sure that it does help them in a very successful manner. But yes, I think it is good.
Okay, what are some of the nonprofit organizations that may qualify to assist with the training?
I cannot tell you every single one of them in this state, but Culture City is the one that I have worked with for a few years.
What is it?
Culture City.
Culture City,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what's their area of specialty or expertise?
Anybody with an invisible disability. Okay. They started as an organization that worked mostly with autism spectrum disorder.
Okay.
And then it grew exponentially because they realized that there was so many others that had other types of disabilities that, hey, this would help more than just that ASD community.
Are they statewide?
Yeah, well, they're located in Birmingham area, but they actually do work all over the country.
Oh, Culture City. C-U-L-T-U-R-E.
Spelled with a K,
Oh,
and then
Culture-
city is spelled with a C.
Culture City. All right,
ma'am.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think the other thing that I read as we talk about invisible disabilities is that it is also important to, and I would say if your group is still organized as a group of individuals, did this process that you use or work with, was it prior to coming, beginning of this session, or was it after you came? Yes.
I started working on it myself in the summer.
Okay, good. All right, so it says the commission. So I didn't see who makes up, or did I miss that? Who makes up the commission?
Well, Chief Benefield is over a post, but there are 7 commissioners. I don't know if they're appointed, or I don't know how they get chosen, but there are 7 commissioners at a post as well.
So the commission shall collaborate with the nonprofit, provide the training, but it doesn't indicate who. And then the commission shall ensure, the commission may adopt rules. Is this particular bill forming the commission?
No,
It's already in existence. The commission already exists.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I see. I overlooked the word commission in the statement about, or in the identification. Says beginning January 1, 2024, the Alabama Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission shall require. Okay, thank you. Now, where is the data? It says that the company ensure that the company chose to administer the training, annual review, and update. But where is the data? Where is it in here that they are collecting data? And who will that report go to?
Well, it's not in here because the companies, it's not a company. The nonprofit has been doing that for years.
Yes,
it's part of their mission to continue to ensure that what they are providing is the best that it can possibly be. So in here, though, there's not data specifically added to this.
But wouldn't you want some data? Wouldn't you want to have the data collected in terms of how many encounters, what were the responses to those encounters, how that was addressed?
I don't have an issue with that. My only concern with that would be the way this is written. This organization is already doing this at no cost. So I feel that if we keep putting things on them, then we're making that more of a cost to them. And those weren't things that were agreed to as we work through this legislation.
You're talking about the nonprofit organization.
Correct.
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holsing.
Yes, ma'am.
And as my colleagues have said, this is a good start for people with different forms of disability, that there's appropriate training for law enforcement to be able to help them. But on the previous bill, we'd also like people with disabilities to have help. And when 70-some people vote, where? Well, I do mine. It's par for the course. If we ask the bill to be read at length, we have to sit down here and if it's a 100-page bill. But I understand you need some relief, and I'll be cordial and compassionate to know that there are human needs. And that when people have human needs, that sometimes we have to come to their aid and help them. So I can understand you doing that for a fellow human being that has human needs. And I could respect you doing that, and I would allow it, you know, because I know they're human needs, and that's all we were saying with the last bill that 77 people voted, that people who are in need should be denied that opportunity to have that need if it was a need for them to go vote. And they did not have the ability and needed someone to help them because they had either physical handicap or mental handicap. And I appreciate this bill that allows our law enforcement, even though I know in the beginning of the bill, it talked about a 12-hour training, but now we're down to 1 hour a year, which I don't think is sufficient, maybe 2 hours a year, because, you know, it's an issue that has gone unaddressed for so long. And we appreciate that we have someone in the chamber that is sensitive and compassionate enough to know that under normal training for our law enforcement, it might not be sufficient, but we do need to mandate it reoccur on some type of basis, that they are continue to be trained and updated to the needs so that we can address the need of people that have various health conditions. But it concerns me that when it comes to that ability for people who just want to vote, but they need help. And all the time, some of these people might not have family members. They might not be associated with a church or a community organization that can come and help them. And the only help they get is from people that are paid to go out to seek those people that need help in being able to get an absentee ballot. And those people are not paid a living wage to do that, but organizations will pay them for their gas because they might have to go to various communities or various groups in order to seek out those people who want to vote, just like we want to do with these law enforcement people to make sure that they are properly trained. And, you know, in many cases, we have to properly train the people that we send out to help people to see if they need an absentee vote application to be able to cast a ballot. But, you know, we have a level of compassion that we're not shown in this chamber. We're not shown that, and it bothers me when I could look from side to side and I notice how people look when we come to the microphone to say that this particular bill could hurt some people, could cause people to have a criminal record just because they want to help someone who wants to cast a ballot. Just like we want the law enforcement, when they come into some of these people's presence, to know that this person might have a disability that you can't see with your eyes, but they need help. And sometimes I think Representative Rogers say they get excited if someone approaches them. But if with the proper training that our law enforcement might have, they could recognize that they have a disability that we might need to be cautious about as we approach these people. But it causes us concern when our voice, our First Amendment right first, to be able to come here because we're duly elected to have a voice for 40,000+ people. But because one group has the majority in the chamber, you could decide whether I have that ability. And like the Representative Rogers say, I'm handicapped. So what bill do you pass to allow me to stand and fight when I think a bill that's on the floor is hurting people, not only in my district, but they hurt the people in your district too, who might have some form of handicap and might need someone to come and give them some help. I'm elected from a district, but I represent the whole state of Alabama because I cast a vote that impacts every citizen in the state of Alabama. And I look at the 2020 census, say that's about 5 million people. Every vote I cast, every bill that come before us, I can't only come here and think about the people I represent, but I got to think about the people that you represent that you might not be focused on, because some of our people in our district are forgotten, but they have different handicaps. And I'm appreciative of a bill that would train our law enforcement and do it on some frequency to make sure that when they approach some people who don't have a visible handicap, that they are appropriately taken care of and not prevented with some hurt, harm, or danger, because our officers are not trained to recognize people with hidden disabilities that we don't see right off the bat. But for 77 people in this body to all think that it's not necessary for certain people with disabilities to be able to get an absentee ballot if they don't have a family member or a church member or community family that looks out for them. Sometimes it's those paid volunteers that we pay for their gas to go out and seek them, to go in nursing homes, to go in various group homes, to go into the prison system to help these people, because until they come to court, they still have a right to vote. But they're handicapped. The prison system, the local jail system don't hand them out an absentee ballot. So we hire people to go to search out those people who still want to express their right to vote. And these are not people that are hardened criminals that might have killed someone. They might be in because they had the wrong amount of drugs. Or they might have gone in and robbed somebody and they got caught. But I do think that they still have that right until they're adjudicated to vote. And if it's up to certain groups to be able to do that, I think we need that right. But the worst insult I've had since 2010 is the vote of closure. We didn't do that. If someone voted closure, it happens so seldom, then the body would chastise them, because we said every representative is elected by a group of people to come here and represent them and to be able to.
We're speaking on the amendment.
I
Please
am
stay on the
speaking on the amendment. I'm staying on it because I'm talking about people with disabilities. So I'm staying on that amendment. And the fact that those police are trained, but by the same token, if I come here to voice my support for a bill that's going to help handicap, I can also voice my opinion. And in the past, we would sit down. If I disagreed with the training for the police officer, we would sit down and see what we could do so that we can all be in agreement, or most of us in agreement. But to take away that voice of my folks and some of your folks who fall in this disability category, I'm not only standing up for yours, I'm standing up for mine and 104 other people who have people in their district that have disabilities. I'm standing up for them. Even though representatives are not doing that, we can take time and reason together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for the recognition. How you doing?
All right, I'm well.
So I do think this is a really good bill. And what's interesting, do you know what the largest mental health institution in the state of Alabama is?
In Tuscaloosa?
Not Tuscaloosa.
Oh, no.
It's one of our prisons. That's the largest mental health institution in the state of Alabama. And there's like this meme that's kind of been floating around for years of a guy who's riding a bike. And while he's riding the bike, he takes a stick, sticks it in the front, and it flips over. And he gets up and complains about the injury. Do you know, I don't want to disparage anyone, but one of our former members who became governor, Dr. Bentley, he was the guy riding the bike and stuck the stick in the spoke and flipped the bike over. Because under his leadership, we closed every single one of our mental health facilities with the exception of Bryce Hospital in Tuscaloosa. Under his leadership, we also closed all the facilities we had for those that are intellectually disabled. So on both sides of the coin, if you needed help, emergency help, or you needed long-term care, you had no place to go in Alabama. There was this, we were sold this bill of goods on replacing one with community-based resources. Those never really materialized. So what ended up happening is our law enforcement officers became the first line of our response to individuals who were in a crisis. But when they responded to these incidents, they would often have no place to take anybody but to jail. So Alabama failed on both sides of the coin. If you needed help, if you needed a doctor to go talk to because you had some sort of mental issue going on, for years, and I think it's still the same way now, we rank either 49th or 50th in access to care for someone who's suffering from a mental illness. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we really don't have a place for you if you need care in a crisis. To our credit, the legislature has gone above and beyond recently to replace many of the infrastructure, any of the elements of our infrastructure that we've lost over the last several years by recreating crisis stabilization units, and ultimately also even trying to reopen facilities that were closed. And it's funny that in my hometown, Tuscaloosa, we tried many different things to alleviate some of the issues, including social workers that go out on emergency calls. Yep. And now also attempting to train police officers to, when they go out on the scene, to sort of recognize some of the things and instead of taking them to jail, try to find a better place to put them. Because if you're having a crisis, the last place you want to go is to a jail, because the jail obviously isn't equipped to diagnose the issue. It also isn't equipped to prescribe medication. And oftentimes their number one goal is to stabilize and not to treat. So they'll give you the wrong medication to calm you down. But once you ever get out, you spiral because you need to be treated and you end up going right back in. And in Tuscaloosa, we are the home of many things, national championships, things like that. But we're also the home to just about every mental health facility you can imagine. Taylor Hardin is in Tuscaloosa for those that are determined to be not guilty by mental disease or mental defect. We've got a Veterans Administration in Tuscaloosa that deals with those that have come back from conflict and are suffering from different illnesses. We've got Bryce Hospital, which is the last mental health facility left in the state. And interestingly enough, what we have is we've got our hospital that's at capacity. Taylor Hardin is at capacity. We're trying to add more beds there. So in Tuscaloosa and across the state, we are in a situation where people who are civilly committed are competing for bed space with those that are criminally committed. Because oftentimes people who are criminally committed are spilling over into Bryce Hospital. oftentimes, sometimes even spilling over into group homes because we're running out of placements. So this is a great start, but our overall mental health infrastructure in Alabama is inadequate. It is crumbling underneath our feet, and it cannot sustain under the weight that we're putting on it. And what I hope for when this bill passes, because it will eventually at some point, yeah. What I hope for is that not only do we recognize that treatment is necessary and training is necessary, but also a place for these individuals to go in the event they come in contact with law enforcement. Also, because this is a passion of mine, this is something that I've worked on for years. In Tuscaloosa County, we sued Dr. Bentley and the governor's office to try to keep some of these facilities open. If you're intellectually disabled in Alabama, we've got a waiting list that's got hundreds of thousands, thousands of people on it. It's long. It's unfortunate that you speak to families that either had to hope for their loved one to get so sick that the system couldn't ignore them anymore, or they have to move to another state because they had access to more resources. But I've actually talked to families that where they were hoping that their loved one would get arrested because they knew the system couldn't ignore them anymore. And that's sad. That's sad because once you get arrested, and if it's a domestic violence, for example, because that's one of the things that we see often play out in misdemeanors, where family members getting in altercations because somebody's not treated, and they've been failed by the system so many times that they knew that the only access point at this point was either through a hospital through being sick or through a jail by being arrested because we couldn't ignore you any longer. If those are the only two real access points you have, if you don't have very many resources, your system is broken. So I hope that this is a recognition of a step towards a better Alabama towards those that are suffering from mental illnesses or mental health consumers who need help. Because again, we're not doing a good job. And it's not even really our fault. Like I said earlier, Dr. Bentley did a number on us in a bunch of ways. But one of his lasting legacies, one of the lasting impacts on the state of Alabama has been this long, really long, winding, expensive road to recovery from the waste that he laid to our Department of Mental Health and our system of taking care of those with mental illnesses. And I'll leave you with this. The leadership of any organization is defined by the person in charge and how you treat what they're responsible for. Over 10 years, at one point, the Department of Mental Health had about 10 different commissioners. That tells you all you need to know about how we feel about mental health in Alabama.
And the gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
With the gentlelady year.
Of course.
You okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I went and picked up the wrong bill.
Thank you.
How about that? I went back
You
to
want my copy?
my station and
You want it?
and picked up the wrong bill. No, you might need it because I'm gonna ask you some questions. You got one over there? Oh, I like that. I like
Just
that.
give it back to me when you're done.
Okay, I will. I will. So, again, we're talking about helping people who are disabled, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give me a list of those people that you are trying to actually help and what made you actually come up with this concept?
I truly appreciate that. I have 3 amazing kids, one of which is on the autism spectrum.
Okay.
My middle son is about to be 21 and got diagnosed when he was younger. And often I encountered opportunities, one, to help him, which we did extensive. Whatever we needed to do to help him, we did. But one of the things that I realized pretty quickly was people really didn't know how to interact with him. They did not know how to, I guess, respect his boundaries and understand that he just operated very differently than, you know, what we would expect most individuals to do, right? So, as it was previously mentioned by Representative Drummond, I come from a municipal background, and I had gotten involved with an agency that did a lot of work in this area, and I've watched their evolution, and this was one of their biggest projects. And I actually tried to get this in my city, in our police department, for several years. And by the grace of God, 2.5 years ago or so, we had a new chief who joined us, and he also has a child who is on the spectrum, and I presented this to him, and he ran with it. I have a deep love for law enforcement. My family has walked through tragedy with law enforcement, so I want desperately to protect both sides. And I just realized, as I continued to educate myself on things to help my son be successful, that this was a beautiful tool to do so. So I started working on it at the local level, and then it started spreading. And we've had several cities and a county and Aaliyah choose to do it. We just feel it's amazing and everyone should do it. So that's what got me started in this whole process and advocating for it, is raising an incredible kid on the spectrum.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Being able to be his voice. I keep going back to
You too.
You know, being people's voice, because that's what we're here for.
Yes, ma'am.
We're here because we was elected to speak. The term representative, we represent a district, right? We represent people. Just so happen one of the people that you are actually advocating for is your son, right? I come down here quite a few times, and when we talking about law enforcement and talking about different issues, I talk about my son. I bring up my son because the things that we're afraid of that may take place is different for your son and for my son, right? So when I ask you about the time for the family members or the caretakers, and 1 hour, I know 1 hour of training every other year, even though they said some of them are already doing it, I just don't think that that's sufficient enough to be able to deal with, right? Because when you're going into certain training for certain things, it should be continuous, more than 1 hour, because, and the reason I brought up caretakers is because I was watching the news one time, and I don't know the gentleman's name, but it didn't happen in Alabama, but he was the caregiver for a young man. He was autistic, and he ran outside the house into the street, and he was trying to get him back into the house, right? The caretaker was a Black gentleman, and the autistic young man was a white gentleman. So he was trying to get him back into the home, and just so happened the Black guy was the young man's family friend for years. So he was just trying to get him back in the home, and somebody passed by, saw it, called the police. The police came out. He was trying to explain to them, you know, that he was autistic, and he was I'm just trying to get him back in the house. And the young man was still doing whatever it is that he was doing when the police got there. So they pulled their guns out, of course, and told the black gentleman to get down. He got down on the ground. I don't know if you remember this story or not, but he got down on the ground. He put his feet in the air and his hands. And he was yelling, "I'm his caretaker. I'm his caretaker. I'm his caretaker." And the police still shot him. He laying on the ground with his feet in the air, his hand in the air, and he still got shot. That's why I was asking, is it something that's gonna take place for training when you're dealing with the caretakers for an individual? Because after the police shot him, he asked him, "Why did you shoot me?" He said, "I don't know." He had no clue as to why. And all he kept saying is, "I'm his caretaker. I'm his caretaker. I'm trying to get him back in the house." Well, it took for the neighbors in the neighborhood to actually hear the gunshot and came outside. And they heard the police, you know, they came outside. And that's when they was trying to tell him that, you know, "Why did you do that to him? That's his caretaker." So I think we have to look at it in all different perspectives when it comes down to training, making sure that, you know, we actually get the training that we need, not just for the young person or the person with the challenges, but also with the people who are actually taking care of them also. So I hope, like you said, this is just the beginning, and I see you doing some more work with it. And I hope that you can go back and actually add in there some kind of training for the caretakers, because you could be out with your son and something goes wrong and somebody start calling the police and trying to figure out what's taking place, and something can actually happen to you as his mom. So caretakers need to have some kind of training. Now that training first, of course, and then later come in and try to add that component to it, because we already have this thing of this trust issues, right? We have trust issues that we have to try to keep and build. Respect, I keep saying respect. You know, we have to respect other people, respect regardless of what their physical or mental or whatever state that we're in, you know. And I was talking to someone, and I told him I watch this movie every morning. It's called King Arthur, the Legend of the Sword. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I watch that all the time. And in one part of the movie, they tell him that the Born King is coming back, right? So, and when he finally get there, they was talking to some, I guess whatever the little things are. And one of them said something that was so powerful that I always stick with me every day that I get up. He said, "Balance is a law that cannot be transgressed." Balance is a law that cannot be transgressed. We have to have balance in everything, because it cannot be transgressed. It's eventually gonna do what it's supposed to do. Thank you for thinking of the least of these.
Sure, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. While she's making her way down here, we'd like to recognize Crestline Elementary of Hartsville, guest of Leader Stat-Hagen and Representative Parker Moore. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's serious business when we're elected to provide the best quality and quantity of care for the citizens of Alabama. And that's what your bill is intended to do. So if someone has an unseen disability and they are confronted with law enforcement for whatever reason, law enforcement will have the proper training to be able to recognize some signs and symptoms to know I can't treat this person as if I would treat someone that does not have a disability. People with disabilities, like we just previous did, that will not be able to get help. You're asking for help. We also are asking to be allowed to help people with disability to perform a function that this country is built on, that everyone should be treated equal. Everyone has a right, and embedded in those rights is their freedom and disregarding whatever level of disability they have. We still want those people to be able to use the rights that have been given to them by the Constitution that not only governs the U.S., but we would hope state constitutions will stay solid, and that state constitutions will not have bills and acts in it that would deny people with disability any other rights that have been given to them. But it is just amazing how we are short-sighted, and certain rights that people are given, we will take those rights away because we have the majority and we could do that. But then there are other rights that people who are disabled have. We will come forth and we will fight to maintain those rights for them. In most cases, we're doing it on a personal situation. Most of us, when we come to this microphone to speak on a bill for or against, we always cite a personal situation as to why we are for or against a bill that's on the floor. This disheartening part that comes up that we would like the people, young people that's in the gallery to understand is when we are not able to sit down and compromise on bills that we disagree on, that they are just railroaded through. And because we're not in majority, we're fighting for people who have a disability, and we're fighting for those people's rights. But because we don't have the majority number in the House, we're not able to sit down and compromise so that we can help those people just because we're in the minority. And that's a minority is a number. We have the fewest number of people in this chamber. So because we are the fewest number, we can't fight for the rights of the people that we represent and some of the people you represent that have a disability. And for certain situations where those people might want to express their right, they can't do it because it's not on the agenda of the majority of people that's in this chamber. And the majority rules, and like they said, to the victor belongs the spoil, right, wrong, or indifferent. But at some time, because you are the majority, and you can decide the rights of people with disabilities, and you decide that certain rights they don't deserve because you are the majority. That's wrong. When we're to show the strength of people who are in the majority when it relates to people's rights, who have disabilities that you might not be able to see right off the bat. If you are the majority, then to show your strength, you ought to be for all people, not just for some, but for all people who have those same disabilities, but you're taking away some of their rights because you want to. But for other rights, you're willing to give them. In these United States, we always talk about liberty and justice for all, regardless of your disability. If you're disabled and you need help on voting, you should have it. If you're disabled and you're confronted with law enforcement and they can't recognize your disability just at first sight, you still deserve to be protected. And you should still have that right. And we as legislators, lawmaking body of the state, we ought to honor that. Regardless of the party that we're a part of, we ought to be able to do that. And there's a passage in the scripture that talks about brethren getting together and sisters now, since the Bible usually comes from a male perspective. We talk about brethren and sisters getting together and reasoning. And we were not allowed to do that for disabilities if you want to vote, but we can reason together for disability, for people who might be confronted by law enforcement and their disability is not at first glance recognized. And I think that is a disservice to the citizens of Alabama who have various disabilities, and that if we as a lawmaking body don't cover them in all perspective, be it voting, be it them being confronted by law enforcement, and I truly believe rather than giving law enforcement the training, I think with people with disability, if it's a question of them acting out or being out of control, I do think that within every city, we need a special department that is trained to deal with disabilities. And those should be the people we should call in a distressful situation, rather than law enforcement, because there comes a time, regardless of the amount of training they have, you got somebody that didn't do well in the training. And when they're confronted with people who they can't recognize their disability at first glance, that person is going to be in a sad situation because something negative could possibly happen to them. But as lawmakers, we ought to all work together. And once we're elected, when we're elected, we have to put party affiliations aside, because once we're elected, I'm here to help your people, the 45,000 people possibly that you represent. You're here to be a voice for the 40-some thousand people that I represent. So what's good for one ought to be good for everybody. What's bad for one can be bad for everybody. So in this chamber, we have just got to understand that in your district, you got X number of independents who are disabled. You got X number of Republicans who are disabled. You've got X number of Democrats who are disabled. So you represent them, and I have the same demographics that's in my district. So if my demographic is going to be harmed by a bill that you may or may not carry, your demographics that are disabled are going to be harmed by that same bill. And from that perspective, we sit and we list, but you think that we're always talking about Democrats when we come. We're talking about, for the past two bills, we were talking about people with disabilities and how we could best help them and ensure their safety. But because we do things along party line rather than along lines of compassion, and understand that if I'm disabled, there are several aspects in my life and several situations I might be confronted with. I need help, and I should be allowed to get that help regardless of what my party affiliation is. I am disabled. When you have a disabled person, they don't put a D or R or independent by their name. They're disabled and they need help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the body, I hope you will listen. Disabled people are disabled. They are not disabled as a Democrat, or disabled as an independent, disabled as a Republican. They're disabled and need help.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Moore. Rogers. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, you know what? I was about to go to a proclamation signing in a second. But the idea of this thing is this, is that we have to realize that we are handicapped right here now. if we handicapping ourselves. You know why? Because if I can't represent all my folks, I'm handicapped. I realized that we got to be cognizant of the fact that handicap come along a lot of different ways. I should say handicap because you say the wrong word, you're going to get some nasty letters. And so I learning disorders, mentally challenged. And a lot of times when that happens, you know, especially when people get stopped by the police and stuff like that, they can't quite understand what's going on. They get agitated. Now, I'm very close to a school that has a lot of kids like that, Leonard B. Nolan. I make sure Leonard B. Nolan get what they can do financially. I make sure of that. And I go down and see those kids, and I talk to those kids, I interact with them. And for the first time in my life, I put bills in this legislature similar to your. I got a bill similar to your bill. One of them is that I'm asking that you can there's a database in Washington. All right, the caregiver guardian has to register that child for this database, so they can be identified. Because a lot of times when the police stop them, they get agitated because they can't understand what's going on. And the officer's first thing to do is try to go home and lie. So you don't know this adult, this child has a learning disorder, so they get frustrated. I got several bills like that brought in this year. And I got a lot of folks working with them trying to get them right. I even had one where I was trying to keep the kids in school to age 26, because right now it's 21. You know why? Because of the fact that at some point that caregiver or that guardian are going to die. That child need to have enough skills so they can live on their own. And you got to utilize all the programs out there for these kids. There are a lot of programs out there. Auburn has one. And I know about a lot of them. And you got to give this child a chance to survive after the parent or guardian passes on, or adult. Because you're not going to be here all the time. The caregiver, you give them a basic skill. But the problem is, a lot of programs the parents don't know about. So we got to spread the knowledge so the kids know about these programs. So these kids are adults, they are the human. I know of one man right now, police, he called him because the parents couldn't handle him. They called the police. Police shot the guy because they couldn't understand. He just got frustrated. He just started waving like they do sometimes, but it's not that they're doing anything wrong. They're just having an understanding problem. So I'd like your bill. I have one similar to you myself. And I'm doing that to help those kids and adults. But the thing about it is that when we start doing reckless things here in this house that are not reasonable, like getting tire tracks back on your back, getting ran over before you get here and discuss something, and I know a lot of them people want to go home. But our job, first of all, is to stay help the people, disadvantaged people. So whatever it takes to help, we got to stay and help them. And I remember a time when closer motion never was brought. I remember we would sometimes stay all night because the Republican Party, Mike Hubbard, he perfected the closer. The discussion about debate. And that's how really y'all came in power, because he used that and then even had a press conference behind it. So what I'm saying to you is that give us the right to represent all our folks, because don't make us handicapped. Don't handicap me and don't handicap my people I represent. Because I'm being handicapped myself now. I can't do what I need to do to represent my 5,000 or 6,000, 12,000, whatever number they say we got to have. Because I got ran off. I can't get anybody who's handicapped. I can't help them get to the polls and vote. I mean, a person can have a mental disorder, not mental disorder. It could be a mental challenge and can vote. And you ought to have a right to take that person in there. Even though I'm not related to him, I ought to have a right to help him go to polls and vote. Because I read an article one time and said almost 50% of people who think they're normal are really insane. There's a book out there that even though you think you're okay, you're not really okay. So all of us don't know what might trigger the person. Say you got a learning disorder. So a learning disorder person got a right to vote, go to poll. You might have to help that person in the poll. That person got a right to go vote, but you might have to need a little help. So why can't we have a way to take? I mean, that's not fraud because the person has a learning disorder. He gets frustrated, and I mean, I do a lot of work at Leonard B. Nolan School just because those kids are there, and they keep them to age 21. You familiar with Leonard B. Nolan School? Leonard B. Nolan, right? I know you are. Because I saw them. They know who you are. And I know. I'm trying to get out. Okay. All right. I got to be some. Big call me the right time. You know I had to go. So I'm gonna have to cut my time short. Everybody's I got to get out of here, but you got the point of saying you got a point of trying to get over. I used to have a tire track on my back, so I get rid of them all the time. So I got rid of. It said we got a new truck driver now. The truck driver now is speaking. The other guy's truck driver now. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got to make a quick run. I'll be back. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the sub. Clerk on the lock machine and members will vote. Clerk lock machine recorded votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been passed. Representative Halsey.
Mr. Speaker, I do expect a friendly amendment, but I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in a body like we're in, like I said before, it's our role to provide the best that we can for the citizens of Alabama. You know I'm a part of a party. We fold real quick. We get scared of y'all because we got a bill on the calendar. But these two bills we've had, the first of this calendar dealing with disability, it's not right that it's okay we protect people with disabilities on one hand, but we don't protect them on the other hand. Do you see any right with that? If you know people with disabilities, do you say it's okay we help you here, but we can't help you over here? That's not the way we ought to operate. And for us to fold so quick, I'm just asking for some respect. And I'm going to keep talking until if I could get some respect for the whole party, I'm going to fight for it. I think that is wrong when we have a legitimate issue. When we know bills, yours is a good bill, and I support it. I keep voting yes for it. But when we got other bills dealing with people with disability, and we say they can't be helped because that's not something one group think they need help with, and then what you do, you hold that over us so that all of us will shut up because we got one bill on the calendar. I'm not going to use up all my time, Mr. Speaker, but I just ask in the future, we have a right, our people have a right. If we're gonna fight for people with disability or whatever our issue is today, every bill that come up, if it's not a good bill for people with disabilities, I can't get an absentee ballot, but I'm getting help if the police can't identify my disability. We've got to help them every opportunity that we can. It's just like in the scripture when Jesus said, if you lukewarm for me, I'm just gonna spit you out. And that's what this body does. We're lukewarm, and I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. If you could help me, what issues are valid issues for us to have problems with, and which issues are invalid for us to have problems with? And when do we in this body sit down and try to compromise if you see we've got some problems? All we asking, can we look at it and compromise and make it better where we all could support it? Because that's the role that we play as legislators. That's all I'm asking for.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Insler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlewoman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, I will be brief. I'm mindful of the time, and I know we have other bills. I do want to come up and just commend you and thank you for this. On a personal note, in my district, I've heard from families that have asked for this kind of training. Just last week, Faulkner University, which is in the district, they have a health sciences lab now, and they do this kind of training. So we convened the professors, Montgomery Police, and the conversation with law enforcement was, do you want this? And they said, absolutely yes. So this is great. I agree with my colleagues, there's more we can do, but this will make such a big difference in the district. The university, Montgomery Police are really, really grateful. And on behalf of them, I wanted to say thank you for what you're doing on this bill. I do want to echo my colleagues, though I know in the broader picture of disabilities that this is encouraging this bill, but it's also heartbreaking and really tough for the previous vote, which again, I know doesn't have to do with you, but I hope that we leave here today knowing, not just for individuals, when it comes to training, but overall standing up for those with disabilities and everyone who's vulnerable. But thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And as I said before, our first two bills were on people with disabilities, and I'm so embarrassed and hurt that my folks can't fight on principles. On principles. If you disabled, every aspect of help you need it. If it's help voting, you need it. If it's help when people can't identify your disability, you need it. But us to come up and nobody takes us serious, but I'm just serious to the core. I try to help everybody I can. I've been a community activist way before I was an elected officer. If you had a problem because you're disabled, a problem because of economics, a problem because of social needs, I'm there to help. And I think we have to stand on principles. We can't stand on we got a bill at the end of the calendar. We got to stand on what's right. You got a good bill. But the bill before denied people with disability the ability to get an absentee ballot, y'all. Don't nobody feel nothing about that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm the last one. It's my last opportunity to speak. But I just think that says something very bad about this body, that we're not helping disabled people in all issues that they might face. Not just one, but every issue. And if we helping the disabled, that means that we're helping the average citizen. I just heard a report this morning on the number of people in the state of Alabama that has some form of mental illness. And with a number of people, we just are so deficient in having the trained personnel to be able to help them when they're in a crisis mode. This is a good bill. The one before was not good. But I would just hope my party that I subscribe to would get some fight in them. Stand on your principles. Don't stand on the fact we got a bill at the end of the calendar.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Plum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You want me to speak a little? Okay, really, you do have a good bill here. And being a first responder, know a little about law enforcement and so on, and the training that is needed, but you still talk about disabilities. Now, I might have to touch a little on that first bill. I know you guys went through that, but a person disabled, how are you going to get that person in to vote and things such as that? And I know the speaker might, yeah, I knew you were going to gather me, but yeah, we're gonna move on. Yeah. Yeah. But the thing of it, that training is great. And really, every 2 years you're talking about, I think we need it at least every year. We need some kind of training for law enforcement, which is great for the state of Alabama. And I'm glad you're pushing this bill. But the thing of it, I guess they're just gonna gavel me again because I'm gonna say something about disability. All right, thank you. Anyway.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate you bringing this bill, Representative, and it's a good bill for the right reasons. And I think your heart's in the right place. And I have an amendment that I'd like to offer.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 356 by Representative Lovern.
Chairman Levin, you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would replace line 28 on page 1 with the following. This act shall be known and may be cited as the Cade-Noah Act. Beginning January 1st of 24, and then replace line 43 on page 2 with the following. The commission shall review each law enforcement, and replace line 51 on page 2 with the following. The commission may adopt rules for thee. And that's it for the amendment.
That is the question, is the passage of the amendment. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Let him talk.
I couldn't hear. Can you go through that amendment again for me and kind of explain the intent on that for me?
Absolutely. This is for the naming of this for the Cade-Noah Act.
Cade-Noah.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Cade-Noah?
That would be Ms. Halsey's son. Cade-Noah.
Okay, so you want to name this bill after her son?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned something else in that.
Sure. It just added some language where on line 43 of page 2, commission shall review each law enforcement. And then on page 51, the commission may adopt rules for thee. Just some clerical stuff on there.
Okay, and the commission in this case is, I thought this was dealing with APOS.
All that language is already in the text. It just moves it down because we had to add a line at the top of the bill. So it's just as the page moved down when the text was added.
Okay, yeah, I'm a little confused, but, okay.
Sure.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Lady Cavan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Cooper, I too am just trying to get some clarification. I've been after 12 years, almost 13 years, I bought a bill, the Genesis Act. Thankful to everybody here that act was passed and enacted into law this week, and I'm appreciative to everybody here. And I think I had a bill maybe a year ago, and it may have been the marijuana bill, the Nelson carried last year before bill, last year. I think I made a recommendation and amendment to name it after one of the members' sons because of her efforts. So I'm just confused today, just trying to get an understanding, why are we naming it, the significance? Because I don't understand what you're doing. So can you just elaborate as to the significance of?
Sure. Part of the passion for the bill sponsor came from her child that she grew up with, saw the struggle, saw the things that were dealt with, and this is where she seems to try to make an interface to try to help other children out there and try to be in front of any problems that may occur and help law enforcement dealing with it. So that's the purpose.
Okay. Okay. And the lines that you spoke of in the amendment.
That's just because the text was added with the naming, it just moved everything down.
Okay.
That text is already in there, it just has to move down and that's all it is.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on it because I didn't get the name. Number one, I understand her passion. I watch her as I love it when she comes to the microphone and I can barely see her when she gets to the, she's gonna get me, her office right down from mine, so I get a kick out of when she gets to the microphone, and she's right here to the mic. But I just wanted to be clear, and I applaud her efforts, but I do still stand with my colleagues. But I just wanted to get the clarity as to the significance of the renaming of the bill. So I have no problem with it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Don't get me, Lee. I heard you. Treadaway said you can bench press about 850,000 pounds. So I don't want you to come and get me. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a copy. What I was trying to understand, when I get down to line 51, you're moving that whole paragraph, including section 2, over to another page. I have it. So when I take this, the commission may adopt.
Here, place line 51.
Right, but you said move it to another page. Why wouldn't it move down here and then section 2 would be moving to the next page?
Subsection. So it's going down.
Where the subsection had to be relettered, as the clerk was clarifying there, with
So
the
when
text
you,
moves.
okay, I'm just saying, when I look at it, the subsection on so line 53, what's on line 53 then? I got line 51, I'm saying, he's saying replacing line 51 with this, so I'm asking what is on line 53 through 55?
See on 50.
Right.
So it's going to take. We don't add it. So it's just read the same. It's just changing the commission and documents. That's the last one. Section. So it'll just have it. When this put it in, it just put it in a new subsection. So each one of them. It go to the next page. And it's just relettering those, and it kind of shift everything. Thank you, Fred.
Hey, Lee.
It is a friendly amendment. You heard the explanation. So the question for the body is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote 105 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Halsey.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of HB 356.
That is question for the body is final passage of HB 356. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to open it for co-sponsors.
That is questions opened up for co-sponsors. Clerk unlock the machine. Members want to. Clerk lock the machine. 98 co-sponsors. Congratulations on your first bill. Very good piece of legislation. Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, we've agreed to meet next Tuesday, May 9th at 1 p.m. with that. Oh, we've already done that. So I move the House stand in adjournment.
We got a point of personal privilege before we adjourn. Chairman Baker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I need real quick your attention. Those that serve on the local legislation committee, we are meeting immediately upon adjournment here, room 418, to take up one piece of legislation. That'd be HB 332 for Talladega County. Once again, room 418, members of the local legislation committee meeting immediately following our adjournment now. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, sir. All those in favor, John, say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.